never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Defense officials say the U.S. conducted an airstrike on a weapons storage facility in eastern Syria used by Iranian-backed militants. President Biden ordered the strike in response to the drone and rocket attacks on the U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria that have left dozens injured. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says he's fully prepared to take the necessary measures to protect U.S. personnel in the region. The GOP presidential hopefuls were pressed on stopping the flow of fentanyl through the southern border. In the third debate in Florida, NBC News, South Carolina Senator Tim Scott said beefing up security on the southern border is a priority, number one.
We could use the currently available military technology to surveil our southern border to stop fentanyl from crossing our border.
Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie said law enforcement needs more technology on the border and we need to treat addiction like a disease. Following a series of accidents, including incidents involving pedestrians, Cruise is initiating a recall of its entire fleet of robo-taxis.
The General Motors subsidiary is recalling 950 driverless vehicles. In early October, a pedestrian was hit by a human-driven vehicle. Then a Cruise vehicle subsequently came to a halt on top of the pedestrian. The autonomous vehicle then made an attempt to move, dragging the pedestrian for 20 feet. Cruise has been conducting operations in San Francisco, Austin, Houston, and Phoenix. I'm John Schaefer.
People in a town north of Houston were rocked and asked to shelter in place after an explosion at a nearby chemical plant. The large fire sent smoke plumes hundreds of feet in the air. Emergency crews are still on the scene. One person was reportedly hurt in the blast and has been rushed to an area hospital with burns. This is USA News.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer, and again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? Low Cost Airlines.
With one call to Low Cost Airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The Supreme Court is deciding whether people who are the subjects of protective orders should be allowed to keep their guns. The case before the court involves a Texas man who assaulted his ex-girlfriend and threatened to shoot her if she told anyone. A Florida federal judge will hold a hearing to decide whether to allow a defamation suit against Meghan Markle by her half-sister go forward. Samantha Markle claims the Duchess of Sussex defamed her by telling Oprah Winfrey she grew up as an only child. Sony will soon remove support for the social media platform X from its PlayStation video game consoles. The company said users will no longer be able to view or post content on X starting November 13th. Sony did not provide a reason for the change, but X announced earlier this year it would start to charge companies as much as $210,000 a month to access its application programming interface. Anticipated holiday spending is poised to reach unprecedented heights this year.
According to the National Retail Federation, holiday sales in November and December are projected to reach around $960 billion or more. The NRF attributes this to the fact that most Americans' household finances remain in good shape, resulting in expected growth rate of 3 to 4% over 2022. This holiday spending forecast aligns with the pre-COVID pandemic average annual increase of 3.6%. I'm John Schaefer.
Dave Collins, USA News.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, without further ado, I guess that means it's go time. And here we go. Thank you so much. Welcome aboard. Gather round. Settle in. We got a big show as we kick off our Thursday edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Almost a summer-like night outside the secret bunker. It ain't gonna last long, but believe it or not, at this hour, Southwest Ohio, where the home 20, 72 degrees. Almost Florida-like here for the 9th day of November coming on. I'll take it. A little windy out there. That's due to the fact that we have an approaching cold front. Yeah, that 72 ain't going to last long. But welcome aboard. Hope your week's going well as we close out Hump Day midweek. Another step closer to the weekend. We're making our way into actually Friday Eve, we like to call it. It just feels closer to the weekend when you look at it that way. Now, we do have a few areas around the country where we'll see some issues, travel issues. But it's been a pretty darn nice week for most of the country. Just a couple areas. One would be right there in central and east central Colorado. We've been talking for the last several days about a potential snowfall there. We're going to see some of that. It's not very widespread, but we will see some slippery conditions. Right now I'm looking at, looks like rain in Pueblo. And you get north of Pueblo, that's where the colder air is already in place. Obviously higher elevation, seeing some snow. So from right about Denver to Pueblo, in that zone is where we're seeing some precip. That's going to fill in a bit as we roll through the overnight hours and kick off a Thursday. The other area, definitely going to be some issues in the Northeast. Now we've got winter weather advisories. Now a lot of this is going to be the mixed bag of precipitation. We're going to see some the sleet, the grout, and mixed in with some freezing rain. Most areas from even in south central New York, we'll say the eastern half of New York State, under winter weather advisories. For many, this is going to be your first taste of winter driving conditions for the upcoming winter season. As I flip over to the radar scene right now, we've got a band, a squall-like band, flat out putting it down from north central portions of Connecticut right on through western Massachusetts, then extending up through eastern New York. You get on up from Kingston, Ontario to Ottawa. It's lighter snow, but the snow continues all the way back to Sault Ste. Marie. Rain, still at this point in some areas, it's fairly heavy rain that's going to be pushing into western New York through the overnight hours. Buffalo, you're about to see some of the rains moving in. So kind of a transition period. This is going to be a quick hitter, as they called it, kind of the mixed bag. Most areas under the winter weather advisories are talking all said and done, maybe an inch of accumulation. Much of that may, again, be in the form of sleet and a little snow mixed in. You may have a tenth or a couple of tenths of ice accretion on some of the trees, power lines, so definitely watch the elevated surfaces during the overnight hours. So late Wednesday night into Thursday morning, the combination of a quick burst of moisture, just enough cold air to make for some slick conditions there in especially eastern upstate New York, central and northwestern New England. Similarly, enough snow or wintry mix occurring in southern Quebec, central and southern Ontario. Typically, ice tends to accrue on exposed surfaces in the valleys and in the higher elevations in the mid to late winter. This time of year, during the fall, this is not always the case, as the valleys tend to run significantly warmer than the mountains. During the fall season, the accumulating snow and ice tends to occur over the higher elevations, where the air and surface is obviously a little bit colder. So here's our setup for Wednesday night to Thursday morning. Some freezing rain is the primary form of precip in the Adirondacks, Catskills, Berkshires, and southern parts of the Green and White Mountains. Could see ice accumulations or accretions from maybe a tenth of an inch to a quarter of an inch on some of the trees and other exposed surfaces. That makes for dangerous driving conditions throughout that zone from eastern upstate New York to much of Maine. Some snow will fall from this quick-moving storm. Most of the snow will fall from the northern tier of New England to central Ontario and southern Quebec. So definitely anticipate some slippery and a slow morning commute on parts of the New York Thruway, the Massachusetts Turnpike, portions of I-84, 89, 91, and 93, perhaps even maybe I-95 there in New England. there's the potential for clear ice to form on some of those areas, especially the bridges and overpasses. That's especially dangerous because it's very difficult to spot the black ice. For much of Pennsylvania, New Jersey, southeastern New York, and the southern tier of New England, from there on south, maybe a spotty shower in store from this system as the trailing cold front from Wednesday night into Thursday. In the wake of the storm, since the tail end may stall for a time and allow for a weak storm to move along that stalled front, we may see some light rain, some drizzle for portions of Virginia, southern West Virginia into parts of Maryland and Delaware, on into southern New Jersey as we look ahead to Friday. But in the wake of the storm and the light lingering rain, much of the Northeast looking toward a dry but cool weekend. Temperatures ranging 5 to 10 degrees below typical temperatures for this time of year. Hard freezes, though, are in store during the overnight hours from any areas away from the Atlantic coast and the shorelines of the Great Lakes. A few locations from northeast Ohio, southwestern Ontario, western and central New York and northern PA. Maybe some brief rain showers, some soft hail and wet snow as we look toward Saturday afternoon and Saturday evening. Nothing as far as widespread precipitation in the mix there. Aside from that, it's yet another night, which we've seen pretty consecutive all week long. Fog conditions developing in southern Louisiana, southern Mississippi, and maybe over toward Mobile, Alabama tonight. Watch for the foggy conditions. All right, heard in the news break there that officials in Texas early in the day on Wednesday responding to a major explosion at a chemical plant in Shepherd, Texas, unfolded about 8 o'clock Wednesday morning at the Sound Chemical Solutions facility, again in Shepherd, Texas. This plant makes solvents for glue as well as paint thinner. All the workers inside the plant were accounted for. One worker suffered burn injuries. Chemicals inside that facility were known to cause acute toxicity, as they said. They had initially placed a shelter-in-place order for a 5-mile vicinity around that chemical plant. Got a little more info from AccuWeather as the day progressed. It was truly an inferno, a burning Wednesday morning. It's about 60 miles northeast of Houston, according to the dispatcher. The facility focuses on recycling and distributing chemicals, including acids and solvents. Not clear what started the fire, but there was a private school on the same road as the plant that was evacuated. By late Wednesday morning, the shelter in place had been reduced from a 5-mile radius to just a 1-mile radius as the thick black smoke shot up from the flames. Aerial photos had helicopter video as firefighters continued to pour foam on the facility into the afternoon hours. I'm not seeing much of anything left of this facility. Just a skeleton remains there. Many of the vehicles, the trucks and tanker trucks, just totally burned up to nothing. So as we kick things off on a Thursday, okay, so yes, election results had come in Tuesday night into Wednesday. All the pundits scouring through how did this happen? The elections went well for Democrats again this Tuesday, November the 7th. So the streak continues. What does that mean as we head into 2024? Got plenty of industry headlines to break down for you here. Legislative updates from our friends at OOIDA and Landline. Philly Dan is on board. How we doing there, Philly, from the city of brotherly love, Gilligan? Morning, Steve. Driving up to the stars in Natural Bridge, Virginia. My beloved Mountaineers, they're going to beat up on Big Ed's Sooners come Saturday, so look out. He says that with a bit of a laugh, I believe. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Yeah, hard to believe we're knocking on the door. College football weekend coming up once again. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down and be safe. Rolling through Fishkill, New York. It's round number 2 to Schenectady. All right, safe travels there. Dipsy Driver, good morning, Steve, and the most informed audience. Cloudy here, Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. We're in the mid-40s. I had a bit of thunder rolling through about 9 o'clock in the evening. Yeah, probably the last one of the year. They're building a brand new Tractor Supply here. So guess what great products I'm going to be able to get locally? That's right. Hot Shot Secret and Gold Eagle products. Everybody have a great Thursday. Stay safe out there. All right, that's good. Cap and Rod, hello there. Nice night in Florida for trailer trucking, 58 on the dash near Lake City. As we look forward to a great show, as always, Semper Fi and Go Blue. Time check. Hello, Pappy. Yep, it is the midnight hour Eastern time. Time for us nocturnal listeners to crank it up and dial it up at 844-844-3388. Yeah, believe it or not, 73 degrees in the far side of southwestern Hamilton County. Beautiful night tonight. Keep it between the spotted and the solid. If you can't find them, grind them. Are you with me? We're with you, Pappy. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, indeed, as the sun rose on a Wednesday morning around the country, the pundits, the armchair quarterbacks, all trying to break down what unfolded Tuesday's election day. As we all knew, Andy Beshear, governor, Kentucky, winning re-election in a normally red state, 53% to 48%, by emphasizing his support for abortion rights and the economic benefits of Biden administration policies. In increasingly red Ohio, voters, as we know, overwhelmingly passed the constitutional amendment that keeps abortion legal until roughly 23 weeks of pregnancy. That vote was 57% to 43%. Now, since the overturn of Roe versus Wade, 7 states, all 7 states to have voted on abortion rights, have chosen to protect or actually expand said rights. In Virginia, Democrats flipping the House of Delegates there and keeping control of the state Senate, albeit narrowly. That's going to be pretty much doom for Glenn Youngkin's hopes of passing a 15-week abortion ban. It may also quiet Republicans' calls for Youngkin to run for president. Well, that's pretty much confirmed. He's already, the handwriting's on the wall. It's not a chance. Now, Democrats, to their credit, made this their signature issue of the campaign. As I was saying last evening, abortion. An election analyst at the University of Virginia said, abortion, it's still a very potent energizer. Now, in New Jersey, Democrats expected to keep their comfortable majorities in the legislature there, with Republican candidates losing even in more conservative parts of the state. In Pennsylvania, Democrats want a seat on the state Supreme Court, padding their majority there. The court would have jurisdiction over lawsuits related to the 24 election in what was a key, and always a key, swing state. It wasn't a perfect night for Democrats. In Mississippi, Brandon Presley, the state official who was running for governor on a platform of expanding Medicaid, lost to Tate Reeves, the Republican incumbent there. In New York, a Republican flipped the Suffolk County Executive Office for the first time in 2 decades. A Republican-backed candidate also flipped the mayor's office in Manchester, New Hampshire. Nationwide, although, Democrats continued a strong, recent electoral run that dates to last year's midterms and has continued through most special elections, which are held to fill unexpectedly vacant posts this year. They've done well despite President Biden's low approval ratings for several reasons. One, Donald Trump and the so-called MAGA movement are unpopular. Candidates aligned with him have not fared well. Number two, the Supreme Court's decision overturning Roe versus Wade and the subsequent Republican-passed abortion bans have indeed upset many voters. Three college graduates and affluent professionals increasingly voting Democrat and also have higher turnout in off-year elections. And number four, many Democrat politicians like Beshear in Kentucky have managed to remain more popular than Biden. All right, some of the notable races. Cody Smith, a former mayor of Uvalde, Texas, winning that office again, defeating the mother of a girl who was killed in last year's school shooting there. Philadelphia and Des Moines electing their first female mayors. And 2 Democrats, a liberal and a moderate, will compete in a runoff next month for Houston's mayor. Voters in Seattle and Santa Fe, New Mexico, passing initiatives to fund affordable housing. In Spokane, Washington, voters approved a measure to let the police issue tickets to people who camp near schools, parks, and playgrounds. On the education front, liberals led school board races in suburban Philadelphia and northern Virginia, where gender issues have been central. In Pella, Iowa, voters narrowly rejected a measure that would have given the city council more control over the public library, which has resisted efforts to ban an LGBTQ memoir. Criminal justice, Allegheny County, Pennsylvania. Stephen Zappala, a Democrat turned Republican, defeated a progressive candidate in the district attorney race there. Kentucky's Republican Secretary of State easily won re-election there. Oddly enough, Beshear, the Democrat, wins the governor's race in, as we've noted, a very red state. And the Republican Secretary of State easily winning re-election. Now, he had previously rejected Trump's claims of voter fraud. And in Derby, Connecticut, a Republican charged with trespassing at the U.S. Capitol on January the 6th lost his race for mayor there. Around the country. And yes, lastly, in Virginia, as I mentioned, Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin, it was kind of an embarrassing night for him. He will not be running for president after Republicans lost both the state legislative chambers in Tuesday's election. He said, well, let me just be clear. I'm not going anywhere. We still have a divided government, which means we all have to come together in order to progress legislation. I was looking at it over the course of the last couple of months, and the Constitution, it requires both houses to pass a bill and the governor to sign it. So this is still the reality of where we are versus the same place we've been for the last 2 years. Now, he noted he was disappointed in the election results, but he said he was encouraged. We've demonstrated that we can do this. It still requires us to come together, and that's why I'm here. All right, so it's just kind of was almost more of an egg on the face thing, but they did point out abortion was a key issue in this race on abortion. Many Republican candidates in the most competitive swing districts coalesced around Youngkin's proposal of a 15-week abortion ban with exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. It's one of those very difficult topics, but there you go. All right, news break, and who's on board? It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Defense officials say the U.S. conducted an airstrike on a weapons storage facility in eastern Syria used by Iranian-backed militants. President Biden ordered the strike in response to the drone and rocket attacks on the U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria that have left dozens injured. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says he's fully prepared to take the necessary measures to protect U.S. personnel in the region. Discussing his well-known mugshot taken in connection with the election interference charges in Georgia, former President Trump expressed his satisfaction with how it came out during an appearance on the Clay and Buck Show.
When I saw it, which was sent to us a few hours later, when I saw the picture, I couldn't believe it. I said, it's actually a decent picture. It's a good picture. It's maybe an iconic picture.
People in a town north of Houston are still reeling from an explosion near a chemical plant earlier today. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration emissions. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hello to Big John, checking in via the email, Steve at hotshotsecret.com, by the way. Good morning, Steve and the overnight crew. Hope everybody's doing okay. Spent the day digging up the patio to replace the sewer pipe. Yeah, bing, bing, bing on the wallet there. Ooh, boy. Be safe. Have a safe night out there. From your friend, Big John. Yep, that's going to cost you, huh? Hello to Jeffrey, New York City. Good morning, Steve. Another great week courtesy of you. John, hello, Steve and Stevettes. Godspeed to you and your followers. God bless the United States of America and the nation of Israel. Good to have you with us there in New York City. Charles checks in from Stillwater, Oklahoma. Cloudy 59 at the home front after a trip to Big Sky country. Keep it greasy side down, sunny side up. Yes, indeed. Be safe out there. Hello to Miss Millie. Turn it on. She's going to be turning in for the night. Everybody stay safe and be blessed. Thanks for checking in there, Miss Millie. Hello, Shorty. I-95 southbound Brunswick, Georgia. It's Orlando. Turnaround number 2. Won't be able to listen to the show tomorrow night. I'll be headed back home to Tennessee to watch my son graduate from the Hope Center Ministries, where he's been for a year. A year ago, we didn't know where he was for 6 months. Come to find out, he was living in a tent city in Nashville on the streets, still using drugs like he has for years. They said if he hadn't come in when he did, he only had literally hours to live. I would highly suggest Hope Center Ministries for any addiction, any addicted folks out there. Okay. A great Christian program, he says. Well, you've never shared that with us before, but that's amazing. So it can be done. It's not a guarantee that you have to die on the streets. Wow. Hello to Bidu, checking in. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Good to have you there. Buckeye Boy in Ackworth, Georgia. Yep, I'm still here. They changed the order on my deliveries, so I'm now going to Los Angeles first, then Walnut Creek, which will save me about 7 hours going out there. So no need to leave today. I'll be leaving late in the morning tomorrow. So I'll be hitting the bed here pretty early. I'll catch the rest of the show on the podcast later Thursday. Have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. Oh, yes, and John chimed in. Yes, a 5.3 earthquake in Texas this past day. I'll give the rest of the story here just a moment there. 5-7 copy in the mail. There's Lynn southbound in Harrisonburg, Virginia. Good morning to Timothy. Great to have you with us. Yeah, here's the scoop out of Texas. This long, ongoing debate about shale operations and fracking in the Texas oil fields. It's a 5.2. I guess they adjusted it from a 5.3 to a 5.2. Recorded in West Texas early Wednesday near the border with Reeves and Culberson counties, according to the U.S. Geological Survey. About 4:30 a.m., central northwest of Pecos. And the number and the strength of earthquakes in West Texas has dramatically increased after years of hydraulic fracking activity in the region. The routine practice of injecting the contaminated salty water that comes up during the oil production deep underground has been linked by scientists to this increase in seismic activity in the oil fields. Years of pumping millions and millions of gallons of the so-called produced water back underground as a disposal method has likely increased pressure and awakened some ancient fault lines. According to scientists, there's almost 80 injection wells in the Culberson County and Reeves County area, according to data from the Texas Railroad Commissions. They regulate the state's oil and gas industry. Now, this was the second 5.0 or greater magnitude quake to occur in the area in just over a year's time. Yeah, quakes of this magnitude used to be quite rare, according to scientists. It's not just this earthquake. According to one research scientist at the Bureau of Economic Geology in Austin, Texas, he pointed to a recent 4.0 quake that occurred in the same region back at the end of August. Several other 3.5 or higher quakes shaking Culberson and Reeves counties in the summer and fall. There have been other quakes and seismicity ramping up again in the last few months. Now, we go back. I said this has been going on for years. In late 2021, state regulators determined that the unprecedented frequency of earthquakes in these two counties was likely being caused by the injection of salty water underground. The Railroad Commission ordered companies in the region to create a plan to reduce the amount of water they were injecting underground in the area. That plan was supposed to ensure the frequency of 3.5 magnitude or higher quakes was decreasing after 18 months, which would have been in September. A Railroad Commission inspector was sent to the area this past day to inspect disposal wells in the area. Still, one research geologist at the Geological Survey said he doesn't necessarily expect that the number and strength of earthquakes will decline in the area, even as the water injection rate slows down. Obviously, the changes have not resulted in a reduced earthquake rate just yet. Other areas where water injection causes seismic activity show that earthquakes can persist for years after the injection ceases. Now, we can make forecasts, but the earth is incredibly complex, as we all well know. Now, after a 5.4 quake occurred last November, the Railroad Commission staff expanded the region where injections would be restricted and asked companies to further reduce the volume of water being injected underground in the area to 162,000 barrels per day. That's about 6.8 million gallons a day. That's a lot of wastewater. Wow. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Other industry headlines. Let's move over to the Veterans Day, just around the corner here. So a lot of things coming up this weekend. And they have opened up, you now have the opportunity to cast your vote for the 2023 Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence Award. This goes on for just a few more days. The winner, a 100th anniversary Kenworth T680 Signature Edition, will be presented to the winner of the award, which recognizes America's top rookie military veteran driver. So we've got 5 finalists. This has been whittled down from a pretty extensive list here a few months ago. We start with Todd Kraus, received logistics and transportation training as a transportation officer in the Army, now a driver for Werner Enterprises. He served 22 years before retiring as a chief warrant officer, Marine deck officer. That's nominee number 1. Jessica White served as a motor transport operator in the Army, including a 25-month tour in Germany, where she was responsible for hauling equipment, missiles, and live ammunition throughout 15 European countries. She is currently a driver of Stevens Transport. Brandon Meredith retired from the Army after 23 years of service. March of this year, spent 13 years in Special Op Forces, and is currently a tank driver for Sleigh Transportation. Hopes to become an owner-operator and mentor with his current company. Number 4, Andre Myers retired honorably in July of 2021 after 22 years in the Marines and tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. It was his time as a motor transport operator in the military that sparked his passion for driving. He earned his CDL through the Troops into Transportation. And last nominee, number 5, LaTravis Wilcox, held roles including motor vehicle operator, aircraft avionics technician, and drill instructor before retiring from the Marines as a first sergeant. He then worked as a Marine instructor and currently drives for Prime Incorporated. You can get more info about the finalists. They actually have some short videos for each of these finalists available on the Transition Trucking website. But after the close of public voting on Veterans Day, which again is just a few days away, November the 11th, the Transition Trucking Selection Committee makes their final selection of this year's winner. This is, by the way, the 8th year for the Transition in Trucking Award. And they threw in a little footnote there. I knew there were a lot of veteran drivers out there. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, 1 in 4 truck drivers are military veterans. Full 25% of drivers out there. Our number, 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Just looking over the story, we were talking college football earlier this week. Everybody making their wagers. Who's going to make it to the big game? Who goes on to be national champion? Of course, we've got a diverse audience out there. A lot of Georgia fans, a lot of Roll Tide fans, Buckeyes, and of course, Michigan fans. Yeah, the one thing that had come up the other morning, several had alluded to, I can't remember, who was it, talking about that Michigan is going to be, I think it was Rambler, if memory serves. Rambler was talking about this whole Michigan thing was going to really overshadow their program here as we kind of head down the home stretch of the regular season. Knucklebuster forwards to me from ESPN this past day. Michigan has sent its response to the Big Ten's notice of disciplinary action, according to a university official this past day, leaving the conference commissioner, Tony Petit, to make his decision on a potential punishment for the Wolverines. This is an ongoing NCAA investigation regarding allegations of off-campus scouting and signal stealing by former Michigan staffer Connor Stalions. But Petit and the Big Ten sent Michigan their notice as required by the sportsmanship policy in the event it becomes clear that an institution is likely to be subjected to penalties. Now, any potential discipline is not expected until sometime later today, as in Thursday. According to a source speaking to ESPN, it's unknown as of now what the potential penalties could be. But one source said the most likely penalties, including any suspensions, would focus on the coach Jim Harbaugh and not the players. A source says Michigan's 10-page response to the conference was focused on urging Petit to respect due process and argued that a sanction at this stage would be breaking the league's bylaws, an effort to lay the groundwork for potential legal intervention in the event that Harbaugh would be suspended this week. Contents of the letter, first reported by Yahoo Sports, later confirmed by ESPN, also suggest that the Big Ten should be cautious about the precedent it sets in this case, because Michigan believes in-person scouting and other collusion to steal signals is more prevalent than previously known. Now, the letter was crafted with input from the university's Board of Regents, the General Counsel's Office, and outside legal counsel. We're not bringing a knife to a gunfight, the source said Wednesday night. Also, Petit facing pressure from 11 Michigan lawmakers who penned a letter to the commissioner on Wednesday urging him to act prudently and refrain from making any premature measures against the state university. A part of the letter said it's essential that the Big Ten Conference not make any disciplinary action against the University of Michigan until the final results of its own, or more appropriately, the NCAA's investigation, are officially announced. Signed again by 11 Michigan lawmakers. They warned Petit that if the Big Ten rushes to judgment or engages in any ill-considered actions, they will vigorously support the public university in their efforts to compel fairness and due process. In the event the commissioner elects to impose a significant punishment or sanctions against Harbaugh or the University of Michigan, The school, they say, is expected to explore all legal options to push back. Now, with all these things going on behind the scenes, does that not really kind of disrupt the focus, I guess you'd say? Is the team going to be able to focus on the games ahead? And we've got some big games coming up, of course, most notably the big rivalry Ohio State versus Michigan game. There towards the Thanksgiving holiday period. 8 before the hour. All right. Interesting. Thanks for sharing there, Knucklebuster. Our number 844-844-3388. From Buckeye Boy, Republicans have to realize that the Democrats are going to make this abortion issue and their approval of killing babies, no matter when, before birth, is what this increasingly degenerate-leaning society is going to vote for. They're going to have to stop pushing bans on it and come up with some acceptable alternative based on the consensus of voters from all parties, or they're not going to win, and our country will continue in this downward spiral, no doubt. Hello to the Michigan Madman. Hope you're doing well there. Haven't heard from you in a while. Heatwave, good morning, you happy people out there. As the customer and a cold, bone-chilling wind is upon us here. We're at the freezing mark, 32 degrees, clear, I guess. Are we at the hacienda tonight? All right, one other industry headline as we roll to a news break coming up, top of the hour. Hour number one winding down just like that. Let's move over to some of our legislative action here from the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association. A transportation funding bill, which includes provisions to block two major trucking mandates, stalled this week over disagreement about proposed cuts to Amtrak. The Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Subcommittee's appropriations bill, it's H.R. 4820, was poised for a vote on the House floor on Tuesday of this week. It was pulled just minutes before that vote was scheduled. According to reports, the bill failed to secure enough votes due to a divide over how much funding Amtrak should receive. Now, the impasse is noteworthy to truck drivers because this funding bill includes provisions to block rulemakings that would mandate, number one, speed limiters, and number two, automatic emergency braking systems on heavy trucks. H.R. 4820 would strip all funding that would be used to promulgate any rule or regulation to require vehicles with a gross vehicle weight of more than 26,000 pounds to be equipped with a speed-limiting device set to a maximum speed, number one. Representative Scott Perry of Pennsylvania also added an amendment to the bill that would prohibit the use of funds to finalize, implement, or enforce the notice of proposed rulemaking for automatic emergency braking. His amendment passed on a voice vote. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, would of course, advocating for the rights of truck drivers, supports efforts to block both of these mandates. It's frustrating to see the House THUD legislation get stalled because of non-trucking related matters, especially when the bill includes critical provisions that would prevent the DOT from moving forward with this dangerous speed limiter mandate and a highly flawed automatic emergency braking proposal. That's Jay Grimes, the Director of Federal Affairs there at OOIDA. The legislation has won support from a number of transportation organizations, primarily because it would prevent the FMCSA from advancing any speed limiter rule. Just another example of how chaotic the appropriations process has been this year. Of course, with the recent Speaker of the House election, the looming government funding deadline, which is just around the corner again, November the 17th. We already know the background about the notice of proposed rulemaking from the FMCSA. As far as the speed limiters, many truck drivers spoke out against efforts to require that, as well as the braking systems. Many examples of false activations of the braking systems. So it has to be noted there's going to be a lot of hurdles to getting this passed. Even if the disagreement over funding for Amtrak can be resolved and the bill passes the House, the measures to stop the trucking mandates still would have to be worked into the Senate bill. So there's a lot yet to be done. This is not the only way lawmakers are trying to stop the speed limiters, though. We also have the DRIVE Act, which is in the House and the Senate as well. Our number, 844-844-3388. Good to have you on board the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The U.S. has conducted airstrikes targeting an Iran-affiliated proxy group in Syria. Fox News reporting the fighter jets were deployed for the strikes in eastern Syria. The Iranian-backed Houthis took credit for downing a U.S. Reaper drone in international airspace close to Yemen. According to a report from NBC News, there are discussions underway regarding a potential 3-day pause in the Israel-Hamas conflict. This pause is being considered to facilitate the delivery of more humanitarian aid to Gaza and potentially lead to the release of some hostages held by Hamas. The report also indicates that Qatar is serving as an intermediary in these discussions. The White House is alleging the House Republicans are orchestrating a smear campaign against President Biden. This accusation follows House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer's issuance of subpoenas for the president's son, Hunter Biden, and his brother James.
This is an investigation that has been going on for a year now and has turned up zero evidence of wrongdoing by the president because there is none.
Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre referred to the GOP-led investigation into the family's business dealings as unfounded. On Tuesday, the House of Representatives passed a GOP resolution to censure Democratic Michigan Congresswoman Rashid Tlaib over comments that were critical of Israel and supportive of Palestinians. One of the Republicans who voted for her censure, Republican Arizona Congressman Andy Biggs, joined Fox and Friends, explaining why he voted the way he did.
Not only is she advocating a crime against humanity,
She's advocating a violation of international law. She's advocating a violation of just basic human rights.
The next film in the Ghostbusters franchise is getting its first trailer, Ghostbusters Frozen Empire, the follow-up to the 21's Ghostbusters Afterlife. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Chicago's status as a sanctuary city remains a controversial issue. Protesters showed up to a city council rules committee meeting yesterday and shouted down aldermen during a debate over the issues. Demonstrators expressed anger over efforts to stop a referendum that would allow Chicagoans to decide whether to welcome migrants. The meeting was eventually suspended. The man accused of murdering Tupac Shakur has been given a trial. Lance Pry has the details.
The suspect in the murder of rapper Tupac Shakur has been given a trial date for next year. Dwayne Davis has been given the details yesterday in a Las Vegas, Nevada courtroom. He'll face the trial in June of next year for the 1996 Las Vegas drive-by shooting of Tupac. Davis has pleaded not guilty.
The actor strike could soon come to a close, according to Deadline. SAG-AFTRA and the movie and TV studios have reportedly reached an agreement on the use of artificial intelligence. The union's lead negotiators and studios met on Tuesday in what could be the final phase to sealing a new deal and the end to the more than 3-month strike. Kansas basketball coach Bill Self has signed a new contract that will make him the highest-paid coach in college hoops. The school confirmed the new contract and deal, reportedly worth $53 million over 5 years. His team has won 2 national championships. Dave Collins, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
That would be my clue to come back. Hour number 2. Here we go. I was under the impression something may be just a tad bit awry, because I kept looking up at the calls and there wasn't nobody there. Well, technically, there were people there. Had to reset. Hello, Senor Heatwave.
Hey, Senor. Yes, I was one of those that was like, what the hell just happened here? Because it was absolutely dead silence on it. So, well, tell you what, I was driving down the road and I heard my wife sent me a text saying there was a whole lot of shaking going on there in southern New Mexico and there in West Texas, around Loving and New Mexico and Carlsbad. I was like, good night, a 5.2. I wonder what they're going to blame that on. I don't know.
Well,
if there's any fault lines
right now they're blaming it on the fracking.
Yeah, I kind of figured they would. I mean, what's the easiest target to go after? Fracking. So all I can say is frack them. Anyways, yeah, it's no, I'm out on the road. I just can't say where I'm at, just that I'm out on the road.
Top secret.
So, yeah, well, it ain't really top secret, but I mean, I really can't talk about some of the stuff that we do out here.
Absolutely.
But, yeah, rest assured, we're out here. Yeah, there's a little bit of water. I guess they must have had snow or rain up here wherever we're at. And yeah, it's looking a little thin bunch of ice on the puddles out here. So, and it's breezy. Oh man, is it breezy. So, well, a little update. I did talk to the two potential employers, and well, I left a voicemail with one, and come to find out that the terminal manager of the company there in Albuquerque that I'm trying to get on is actually a former Yellow terminal employee, I think from Bloomington or somewhere, that came up to Albuquerque prior to them shutting down. So, you know, all I could say is I'm not going to pin my hopes on them remembering me, because they may say, oh, damn, it's heat wave, or, oh, damn, it's heat wave.
Not right.
You know, yeah, the inflection there, you know. So, and I talked to the other potential employer who's based out of, I guess, the San Francisco area, but the contractor, and I asked him if one of my whoopsies that I had 2 years ago was going to be an issue, and oh, I tell you what, I got the 3rd degree, and he says, if you are hired by me, you have a mighty big strike one on you. It's like, That's when I had a speeding ticket going downhill at night, trying to outrace another truck that was irritating me, and I should have just stayed irritated with them, because it wouldn't have hurt near as much as being making the Smokey the Bear irritated at me. So that was $1,000 yuck with the ticket and the lawyers. So, but yeah, I'm tell you what, I am leaning towards the first option there in Albuquerque. The two gentlemen I talked to, Pup being one, and the other gentleman's out of Oklahoma City. His name is Jeremy. And we had a nice little chat there for about the first 45 minutes of your show, just talking about, Albuquerque terminal and what to expect when we're working for the company I would prefer to work for. And I can't understand why they haven't already hired more people there. Well, first they had the computer hack, the cyber attack, and they pretty much had to do everything by scratch. And whatever loads they had to find out what it was and do everything by hand. So, I can understand that. The change of the terminal managers, well, I can understand that too. But you would think if somebody really needed employees working for them, that they'd be happy to see everybody. And then again, who knows how big the stack of potential candidates are for the positions that they've advertised for. So all I know is I'm just on pins and needles, just eager anticipation for something to happen positive. So
I had all but forgotten about it. I had someone last evening that one of our listeners had forwarded a link that he wanted me to forward to you, But I don't know that I don't know that I have your email. Do you do the email thing or just?
Yeah, I can do the email thing. I'll go ahead and I'll shoot you my email here after the show, so you don't hear that ding on your phone. So, anyways, that's greatly appreciated. Thank you, whoever it was that sent me that stuff.
That was Jay. It was a guy. It goes by JS, which is short for Jack. You know what?
Okay.
But he's an actual. He chimes in. He's an actual listener. But so.
Okay. All right. Well, Mr. Schmidt, I appreciate it. Thank you. SCHMITT. Yeah. Yes. There you go. Yes, of course. So, and I had a very nice conversation with our old friend Vic. That man is, he is a mountain of information, and it's always a pleasure listening to him talk and being able to, listen to his wisdom and his experience being out here and the things that he's done. So I'm really appreciative of what has happened since I got back with the show here about 5 years ago, and meeting everybody via your show. Yeah, like we said last week, it's like a one big happy family with a few knuckleheads in there. So, Knucklebuster, that was not mentioned, saying anything about you or nothing like that. So, anyways, that's the problem with today. People are so damn offended by anything and everything. And you almost have to walk on eggshells, and it's going to be pretty soon where, I'm going to turn a certain age, and I'm just going to look around and go, you know what, I can give a crap less about your feelings. This is the way I feel. Take it or leave it. Mm-hmm. Put the big boy pants on, or just throw the diapers on and grab a pacifier. This liberal mindset of we got to be inclusive, we got to do everybody the same, kumbaya. No, you have to. Where else in this world, Steve, are we going to have, this many diverse ideologies about how many sexes there are, or it's okay to kill babies, or yes, we need to protect so-and-so's border but leave our borders open? I mean, there's no common sense. And for bills and suggestions that make the most sense in the world, if you want to fund Ukraine, fine, but you better have some funding for our borders. Nope, that ain't going to happen.
That's a non-starter. That's a non-starter.
Yeah.
No chance.
And that should be, the match that puts the hot foot under somebody to get the fire going, to say, you know what, you're right. We've got all these people. We know that there's 6.2 million folks that come over since Biden's been in office. What we don't know is the number of gotaways. That is the scary part. You only know what you know, and if you don't know what's come in, how can you prepare for the unknown? I mean, that's some scary things to think about.
And the sheer number of the sheer number of Americans that continue to lose their lives. First of all, the drug overdoses. I mean, 100,000 a year. I mean, we're setting new records every year. And then, of course, I've got a story here. Innocent Americans dead today due to the human smuggling that took place. A crash that occurred yesterday that took the lives of 2 innocent Americans. That's due to the open border policies.
Yeah, and it's bad enough we got the drugs coming across, we got rapists, murderers, Lord knows what coming across the border. And there's probably some, well, I shouldn't say probably, I'm sure there are some good men and women that just got suckered into coming up here, bringing explosives, drugs, fentanyl. Did you hear about this one that's a hallucinogenic compound that's used to kill pain during surgeries on both animals and humans? It's called...
is that the trank?
No, starts with a C. Camethanol. They were worried about it, and they had stories on it the other day that the marijuana is getting laced with this stuff, and people are having some hellacious after effects from it.
Sure.
And I guess they're worried that it's going to be misused here in the public. And it's like, well, when you have a society that says, hey, hallucinogenic mushrooms, yay, marijuana's good, yay, go ahead and shoot yourself up with some PCP or whatever. Well, yeah, they're going to get hooked on it. Yeah, there's going to be a demand for it. And guess what? Crime is going to go up. There's going to be stricter restrictions for the patients that need these different medications, because some idiot somewhere that's made a name for themselves got a hold of this stuff, and, you know, because they died, well, we got to restrict everyone else from getting this. I mean, you know, Lady Heatwave is on fentanyl, 50 microkilogram patches. She's also on morphine to help with her pain. And it's almost like it's a crapshoot whether or not, you know, the fentanyl patches work, or if whatever's in the morphine, if it's actually the drug instead of just a compound that keeps that pill shape together.
Mm-hmm.
You know, some days it actually works. Other days, well, it doesn't work. And the sad thing is, her condition is never going to go away. So, but anyways, other than that, yeah, I just wanted to talk about the whole lot of shaking going on there in southern New Mexico and West Texas.
Yeah, 5.2, I'm sure a lot of people felt that. Definitely strong enough to feel. All right, thank you for checking in there, Senior Heatwave. And yeah, don't forget to zip me out an email, or I guess maybe he's going to text it to me, and I'll get you that forwarded from last evening. Yes, a total of 8 dead after a human smuggler driving a car full of illegals crashed into an SUV driven by innocent Americans. A pursuit in Texas. U.S. Highway 57 near the farming community of Batesville that left 2 innocent Americans dead. Following the 8 a.m. crash, happened about 50 miles from the southern border. State officials revealed that the pair of innocent Americans were from the state of Georgia. They had been struck in their SUV by the suspected smuggler's vehicle. That car, a white Honda that laid shattered after the incident, yes, no one survived, was evading arrest from the Zavala County Sheriff's Office, passing an 18-wheeler in a no-passing zone. So you're on a 2-lane highway, passing an 18-wheeler, head-on collision with the innocent folks just probably on vacation out there, Georgians out in Texas. They later confirmed several of the deceased, including the aforementioned smugglers, were from Honduras. But apparently, I guess they had 6 people in that little Honda with the smuggler, and though they're all dead, and the 2 innocent Americans. Due to the open border policies, it's 21 past the hour. We'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I can't help but laugh at our beloved Transportation Secretary, Mayor Pete, right? Pete Buttigieg. Yeah, we all are so fond of the great job he's been doing, right? This had been suggested to, I think, was it Alejandro Mayorkas? Didn't somebody suggest reducing his pay to like $1? And then I think 5-7 chimed in and said, well, we should actually charge him to have the job. He should be paying. Marjorie Taylor Greene announced this past day the successful passage of her amendment to the 2024 Transportation and Housing and Urban Development Spending Bill to defund the salary of Pete Buttigieg under what is known as the Holman Rule. The Holman Rule allows Congress to effectively strip funding from an individual federal employee's salary or to cut a specific program. And it's been used on and off in various forms since 1876. But according to The Hill, Pete Buttigieg's salary will be reduced to $1 under the new amendment. Now, the full bill has yet to come to a vote before the House. But Greene noted this past day, quote, Pete Buttigieg doesn't do his job. It's all about fake photo ops and taxpayer-funded private jet trips to accept LGBTQ awards for him. I'm happy my amendment passed, but he doesn't actually deserve a single penny. Now, sharing video of her introducing the amendment, she wrote, Pothole Pete actually staged fake bike rides to the White House and used private planes funded by taxpayers to receive awards for the way certain people have sex. American taxpayers should not be on the hook for paying for his lavish trips or his salary. Then posting, I'm proud to announce my amendment to fire Pete just passed the House. All right. Pete Buttigieg has failed to serve the American people as the Secretary of Transportation. Now, she cited a serious flaw in former Mayor of South Bend's priorities, explaining he's been busy calling roads racist, enforcing equity action plans, and implementing climate change initiatives rather than strengthening our nation's infrastructure and infrastructure systems and responding to emergencies like the train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. Now, it's pretty much all for show, right? The Hill reported this bill containing this amendment will be considered as part of a proposal to combine the 9 unpassed Senate appropriations bill into a single, what they call maxibus package. But the likelihood of it actually surviving the Senate. Marjorie, pointed out that the amendment, along with the rest of the bill, has to first pass the Democrat-controlled U.S. Senate. So that pretty much reduces the likelihood of this punitive measure taking effect pretty close to zero. Not a chance it's going to get through the Senate. They'll strip it out. But she's making a valid point, though. It is 844-844-3388. Seeing as we'll have a couple of minutes left before we get to the news break here, we'll get to Knuckle Bustle. Daryl's on board. See what Eagle has on his mind this Thursday morning. Speaking of not doing his job, I guess we could kind of toss this into the mix. The power grid, right? We're pushing this green. I know I feel like I'm beating a dead horse night after night talking about, buy your electric vehicle. Let's plug it in. Hey, there's not going to be enough juice to charge all these vehicles to begin with. We get the grim reality this past day, which we have been getting, seems like every spring as we head into the hot summer months, every fall as we head into the cold winter months. The nation's power grid faces a sharp risk of buckling in the event of major storms or prolonged cold snaps coming up this winter, according to the regulator that monitors the electricity system. With much of the country threatened with outages triggered by severe weather. A sweeping portion of the country that extends from Texas to the Canadian border is not adequately equipped for tough winter conditions. So says the North American Electric Reliability Corporation. That was their forecast released this past day. A rather sobering assessment of a power grid that continues to fray and suffer from underinvestment despite promises by politicians and regulators to shore it up. And, of course, demand we purchase our electric vehicles. So more on that coming up here. Stick around. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Defense officials say the U.S. conducted an airstrike on a weapons storage facility in eastern Syria used by Iranian-backed militants. President Biden ordered the strike in response to the drone and rocket attacks on the U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria that have left dozens injured. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says he's fully prepared to take the necessary measures to protect U.S. personnel in the region. Discussing his well-known mugshot taken in connection with the election interference charges in Georgia, former President Trump expressed his satisfaction with how it came out during an appearance on the Clay and Buck Show.
When I saw it, which was sent to us a few hours later, when I saw the picture, I couldn't believe it. I said, it's actually a decent picture. It's a good picture. It's maybe an iconic picture.
People in a town north of Houston are still reeling from an explosion near a chemical plant earlier today. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, so we'll call it the rest of the story. The the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, the NERC for short. Report released yesterday says, quote, much of North America is at an elevated risk of insufficient energy supplies this winter and is highly exposed to risks of energy emergencies in extreme winter conditions. The power grid has traditionally faced its greatest challenges in the summer heat. But a confluence of factors in recent years has led the grid to be equally unstable during severe winter weather. Now, this was a call with reporters from the NERC this past day. We've seen the system become more vulnerable in winter conditions. For decades, the system has been built and planned around summer peaks. A major concern is the potential for disruptions in natural gas generation as power plants and the infrastructure that delivers fuel to them are destabilized by the strain of extreme cold. It's the pattern that played out during last year's Winter Storm Elliott, which resulted in cascading outages throughout the eastern United States just before Christmas. In Texas, where lawmakers vowed to fix their grid after dozens of Texans died during the prolonged blackouts triggered by severe winter weather in 21, the grid remains unstable as we head into the upcoming cold season. The NERC warned the state, where voters Tuesday approved a sweeping plan to fund more power generation, is at higher risk of energy shortages this winter than last. because of it not bringing enough power, new power online to meet the state's surging demand, and its existing infrastructure has not been adequately weatherized. Similar challenges plague states north of Texas, according to the report. The regional grid that serves 15 states from Arkansas to Wyoming will be operating with significantly lower backup energy reserves than last year as a result of some power plants coming offline and demand for electricity in the region increasing. The NERC warns that while the region has the resources it needs to make it through a normal winter, extreme cold winter weather could result in shortfalls that may trigger energy emergencies. New England, meanwhile, struggling with its own natural gas infrastructure that creates a threat in that region. In a number of mid-Atlantic and southeastern states, the demand for electricity at peak times has increased while the amount of power available has changed little in these areas since Winter Storm Elliott caused energy emergencies across the area last year. The authors warned on this call with reporters that a winter storm of similar scale in the region could result in a repeat of outages that disrupted last year's holiday season for millions of people. This report concludes the power grid operators are struggling to bring on new generation and weatherize equipment at the pace required to meet the challenges of increased demand and the more extreme, unpredictable weather conditions due to climate change. The forecast again shows our nation faces looming grid reliability challenges while demand for electricity continues to soar, according to the CEO of the National Rural Electric Cooperative, which represents 900 local electricity providers. This is unacceptable and should be cause for concern for all Americans, he said. Now, the rapid addition of renewable energy onto the grid presents its own challenges, which could inflame debate about the extent to which the energy transition disrupts reliability. They noted, for example, that the installation of large volumes of new solar power in Texas will do very little to help the state through the winter, as demand tends to peak after the sun goes down. But the NERC's findings make clear problems with fossil fuel generation bear a large share of responsibility for the wobbly state of the nation's electricity system. Yes, some, including Matheson's group, argued that the report kind of exposes the risk of the tough new emission rules proposed by the EPA, which they say will further destabilize the system. He warned the EPA proposal could have grave consequences for an already stressed grid. Let's go green. You know what? When the grid's down, your car's not charging, and on that cold winter morning, that's not going to start. You can't get to work. Just points to ponder. And Knucklebuster's on board. What do you say?
Oh, morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Climate change my ass. Yeah, it's going to be winter here for long there. That's why you got to have that backup generator, extra gas with Stay-Bill in it already there, right?
Yes, sir.
Senor Heat Wave, no offense taken, not even when you called me a baloney slinger. I just laughed and kept right on driving down the road there. Well, you know, Steve, Secretary Booty Hole is too busy playing mommy, but we need more of them there to reduce their salary to $1 up there. Maybe they'll start getting something done. I don't know. Yeah, that was a pretty interesting article on that Michigan penalty. I don't know what all they're going to do, but anyway, I guess we'll wait and see what happens today, right?
Well, am I correct in my thinking when you have disruptions, if they do penalize, or I don't know what all they could do to hardball, doesn't that kind of disrupt the rhythm and disrupt what's going on behind the scenes when game time rolls around?
Well, if he's not allowed to coach the game, that'd be a benefit to Ohio State there too. So I want y'all to plant y'all's flag right in the middle of their field like they done y'all's last year there. Well, Gilligan's team, James Madison University, they sent a letter to the NCAA also. They they're supposed to wait 2 years to transition from FCS to FBS, and they're wanting to just do it in 1 year and be bowl eligible because they claim they've done everything already. So we'll wait and see how that turns out. I want to, the CMA Awards was hosted by Peyton Manning and Luke Bryan there, and they asked old Peyton Manning what his favorite song was, and they started playing Rocky Top. But Luke Bryan, he's a Georgia boy. He had to plug his ears up there. I want to give a congratulations to Lainey Wilson for Entertainer of the Year, Female Vocalist of the Year, and Male Vocalist of the Year, Chris Stapleton. I'll go get his name right here in a minute. Speaking of earthquakes there, the GOP flipped a New York seat held by Democrats for more than 20 years. They called that a political earthquake, according to Fox News. I was reading about old Fetterman there. He says he couldn't fully understand that protester. Said the joke is on you. I had a stroke. Well, hell, the joke would be on the whole country, Steve. So I read that people were leaving California for Arkansas. I could understand that they were leaving California for Texas and Florida. I guess they got to Arkansas and run out of money, right?
Right.
Yeah. I read also that cop who helped take down Nashville shooter, he served as a Marine grunt there. So I read also on Freightways there that Cincinnati voters approved the sale of city-owned railroad to Norfolk Southern. So that's something you might want to look into. Y'all got some money coming in up there after that. It was like $1 million or $1 billion. I don't forgot on that. So, yep. Well, Friday is going to be the 248th Marine Corps birthday. I'm going to have a ball at my home 20 on Friday. So, you got any $2 bills, Steve?
I got a few in the drawer, yeah. Why?
Well, according to Fox News, they could be worth thousands depending on the age and the condition. So I'm going to go home and look at my $2 bills I got stuffed in that safe back there. So, well, it's almost your mid half hour, a quarter hour break there. So let's get rid of all this baloney, and I'll call in tomorrow. Hopefully, well, I don't know. We'll see what Tennessee tells me to do.
Who wears the pants in your family?
Have a good morning, Steve.
Right, see what Tennessee tells them to do. Well, you ain't allowed to call. You got orders. Someone a couple of weeks ago had asked me about my take on selling this section of railway that Cincinnati apparently, living here most of my life in this city, it was on the ballot on Tuesday. Of course, I do not live in the city limits, so it wasn't on my ballot. But Cincinnati voters decided on Election Day to allow the city to sell the Cincinnati Southern Railway to Norfolk Southern. It was very close. The vote was 51.5 in favor of the sale, 48.4 against the sale. By votes, those supporting the sale, 43,173. Those against, 40,559. A difference of 2,614 votes. The Cincinnati Southern Railway Board of Trustees owns this 382-mile railroad in a trust and leases it to Norfolk Southern for Cincinnati's benefit. The city currently receives about $25 million annually from Norfolk Southern. Now, they announced back last November that they were thinking about selling the railway to Norfolk Southern for $1.62 billion. to help fund city infrastructure improvements. Norfolk Southern would pay for the transaction through a combination of internal and external sources, according to the railroad. But apparently Cincinnati's owned the land beneath this track for almost 2 centuries. But Norfolk Southern operates the rail line. In response to Tuesday's vote, Norfolk Southern spokesperson said this is a victory for the citizens of Cincinnati. Current and future generations will reap the benefits of new infrastructure investments, helping to create a better future for the city. We appreciate all the community leaders and the groups who endorsed what was known as Issue 22. We also thank the staff and volunteers who made this a successful campaign. Now we will work with the city to finalize the sale, which we expect to close in the first quarter of 2024. So if the selling price is $1.62 billion, yes, that is one hell of a windfall for this city. I guess we could just go on a spending spree, right? Maybe we can expand that train that nobody rides downtown. What a debacle. Okay, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
That's us. And good to have you on board. Hey, making our way into a Thursday here, right? Weekend just around the corner. Well, good morning, Daryl. Hey, Daryl, are you with us? Yeah, I'm not hearing Daryl. Got some kind of a problem with the connection there, Daryl. Give us a try back. All right, let's try Horse Feathers. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Morning, Your Honor. In case anybody missed it there just before 5 o'clock yesterday morning. Hey, Mike. What day was it?
It was.
Right. Anyways. So, I was going to ask there, that whole deal with the selling to the Norfolk Southern there is if they were going to sell that streetcar named Desire, if that was all included. And what about those subway tunnels? Don't you guys have a couple subway tunnels the homeless people live in down there?
There are tunnels. I think they're pretty much rat-infested, not the place I'd want to be. But, yeah, there are tunnels. A project from many, many, many years ago that was abandoned.
So anyways, so the streetcar named Desire, that's still running around Cincinnati then?
Oh, yeah, it still runs around. Mostly empty.
Okay. Well, it's a good thing. It's a good thing Hot Shot Secret can use it there to promote, to broadcast their show from every night there. put big billboards and that on the side of it there to promote, Hot Shot Secret and everything while you're riding around there. But anyways there, so, hey, I thought I'd check in here real quick. Coming across from the Eastern Shore, I see they got some bridge run going on Sunday. Not that we have a lot of listeners probably out here going to be traversing from the mainland Maryland to the Eastern Shore, Delmarva on the Chesapeake Bay Bridge there, US 50, US 301. But in case they are going back and forth sometime, there's supposed to be delays. I would assume since there's two spans that go across the Chesapeake Bay that they'll have one of them closed and then, two-way traffic on the other one, whether it's the 3-lane or the 2-lane. I'm not sure which way they're going to set the traffic up on, but anyways, that's going on Sunday morning. So if anybody's out here the day after Memorial Day, I'm sure it has something all to do with that and charity type thing and all that. So anyways, so I hear a little bit there on the news there about the New England Patriots there. You've been talking about the college football. What do you think is going to happen with the New England Patriots? Do you think they're going to have a new coach there in a couple of weeks after their bye week, or do you think Belichick's going to be able to survive and continue on his stand up there at Foxborough?
I've seen an awful lot of suggestions that he may be out of a coaching job here.
Yeah, there's a possibility there might be an opening in Michigan there for him, right? That maybe he'd go over there.
Yeah.
And if he did that, would he take Tom Brady with him to be the quarterback coach?
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. But I heard something about Tom Brady there. He's got a podcast going on now, so maybe if Knuckle Buster there has a way to listen to podcasts, maybe he can check out his buddy TB there and give us whatever latest update there is in that on that type of stuff. But anyways, there. So our transportation secretary is only going to get paid $1 a year now. Is that still got to be voted on through the rest of the Congress?
It would have to go through the Senate as well, so it ain't going nowhere.
That's not happening. And then of course his buddy that put him there would have to sign on it too, right? Would have to go through the presidential side there as well as the executive branch as well as so that's not going to happen. It's a nice thought though, but so can they do that for all the offices in Washington and all the federal offices? Can they?
Apparently, yes. The Holman rule, because like I said, someone I don't know, it might have been Matt Gaetz. Somebody proposed it for Alejandro Mayorkas to reduce his salary to $1.
Okay. I think they ought to just do it for everybody in Washington, right from the, pretty much all the elected and appointed officials there. They ought to just say it for everybody and see how that works out. But I imagine they'd all wouldn't be too happy about that. That'd be kind of like asking them to do term limits, wouldn't it? You ask them to all take $1 salary. But
anyway, interesting you would suggest that because, yes, a matter of fact, I had from a few days ago that they just snuck through a little pay raise for themselves here in recent days.
No.
How about
really?
that? Yes.
Yeah, well, they need their COLA, They need their COLA to make sure they can survive, because they don't have any way of knowing what the stock prices might do to have any of their family members. No, I wouldn't suggest that they would do any insight. No, they'd never do that, Your Honor. They're upstanding, great Americans. They would never do it. Yeah, no. So. Oh, I don't know. What a place to live. I live too close to all this mess. I wish I had a way to get away. But should get adopted by somebody in Montana or something. Maybe I could leave this area.
Be careful what you wish for.
Yeah, well, I didn't get adopted by somebody out in the Ohio, Kentucky area either. So it's just, I'm thinking it's not going to happen. But anyways, I don't know. What else is there? It's not a whole lot going on. There was something else somebody commented about. I already thought and forgot and that. So anyways, chit-chatted with the Scarecrow yesterday morning a little bit after the show there, and kind of, I don't know. Guess we didn't solve any world problems because we still have seems like all the same problems now that were going on yesterday.
All right, another day.
So yeah, just dragging on. But so, well, I guess with that there, I just thought I'd check in and see if I could do a little bit earlier tonight and get through and let everybody know that the Mike did happen yesterday in case they tuned out just a couple minutes earlier or something there and missed the Spaceman 5-minute period there, right? Whatever happened to that? You know, you used to reserve that 5 minutes for Spaceman every day.
If he would dial us up more often, I'd like to reserve that for him.
He still does that conference call thing, doesn't he? He gets tied up with that and forgets things are going on.
I'm just assuming that's the case. Now, I guess he's now got his own conference call with the UPS team now.
Yeah. Well, he's probably still got his old brotherhood of people that he used to work with there. What was he over there at that other place for? Like 25 or 30 years or something? Yeah. So, anyways. Well, I guess that's about all
he had the foresight to get out before talk about, he nailed it on the head. He called it because he called the program and said, by such and such date, they're going to be under. And sure enough, they were. We'll have to close it out for another hour there, but plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. According to a report from NBC News, there's discussions underway regarding a potential 3-day pause in the Israel-Hamas conflict. But Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's former chief of staff, Yoav Horowitz, thinks it's a bad idea.
We got to win the war. If we keep on pausing and allowing them to replenish, it's another 2 weeks to the war.
This pause is being considered to facilitate the delivery of more humanitarian aid into Gaza and potentially lead to the release of some hostages held by Hamas. Defense officials say the U.S. conducted an airstrike on a weapons storage facility in eastern Syria used by Iranian-backed militants. President Biden ordered the strike in response to a drone attack on U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria that have left dozens injured. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said he's fully prepared to take the necessary measures to protect U.S. personnel in the region. Following an explosion at a chemical plant near a town north of Houston, residents are being urged to stay indoors and take shelter. Jeff Hartfield, owner of Sound Resource Solutions, says they process chemical, then ship them out. Nothing is stored on site.
Hazardous materials, yes, but it's the type of material you probably have under your kitchen sink.
The significant fire has resulted in smoke columns rising hundreds of feet into the sky, prompting the presence of emergency response teams. There's been one reported injury from the explosion, and the individual has been swiftly transported to the hospital with minor burns. Ohio is now the 24th state to legalize recreational marijuana. Adults 21 and over to purchase and possess up to 2.5 ounces of marijuana and to grow cannabis plants in their own homes. While it was successfully passed, Issue 2 is state law, not a constitutional amendment, which means the state legislature can still adjust or even repeal it. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Ohio is now the 24th state to legalize recreational marijuana. Last night, voters passed Issue 2, allowing adults 21 and over to purchase and possess up to 2.5 ounces of marijuana and to grow cannabis plants in their own homes. While it was successfully passed, Issue 2 is state law, not a constitutional amendment, which means the state legislature can still adjust or even repeal it. Patrick Dempsey is People's sexiest man alive in 2023. The 57-year-old actor, known for his role as Derek McDreamy Shepherd on the hit show Grey's Anatomy, says he thinks it's great he's getting the honor at this point in his life. He told People, "It gives me the platform to use it for something positive." The suspect in the murder of rapper Tupac Shakur will stand trial next year. The court date for Dwayne Davis has been set. He'll face trial in June for the 1996 drive-by shooting in Las Vegas. Davis has pleaded not guilty. Friends has taken over TV once again.
Look, for the first time in my life, I'm in a real relationship, okay? I'm not going to screw that up by, telling the truth.
Friends enthusiasts are propelling the sitcom to the forefront of popularity on streaming platforms in the U.S. Friends claim the highest rank from October 30th to November 5th, coinciding with the passing of star Matthew Perry. I'm Corey Myers.
Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by by science.
Hello to Rubber Duck. Good morning. Rolling to Mishawaka this morning. And got an update from Kentucky Ken here a few minutes ago. Simply said, good morning, Overnight Drive crew and Steve Summers. It's back to the doctor on the 17th. Hopefully, I'll get released to go back to work. It's been a nightmare, he said. It's heck getting older for sure. Everybody stay safe, and we'll see you soon. All right, hope you get better soon, Kentucky Ken. Whatever he's going through there. It ain't been fun, obviously. Prayers. Horse Feathers made his little veiled reference to our elected leadership in D.C. that would never do anything unscrupulous like, insider trading. How else can you become a millionaire in 3 years when you're working for $170,000 a year? It's magical. But I mentioned, they did sneak through a little pay raise. Bidenflation, apparently not a concern for many members of Congress who are taking advantage of a $34,000 pay raise that they voted for themselves through an internal rule change that avoided the political backlash of openly allocating themselves more money. I guess it was the Washington Free Beacon that noted taxpayers now are funding luxury housing accommodations for the likes of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and over 200 other members of Congress, many of whom boast net worths in excess of $1 million. How's that? Well, the added money comes through the housing and meal subsidies. This change happened just as the Democrats were about to lose their majority to the GOP. Democrats quietly tucked a little provision into the internal House rules that grants lawmakers access to an optional $34,000 annual subsidy to pay for their Washington, D.C. housing and meal expenses. Now, this crosses party lines. So far, 113 Democrats and 104 Republicans have taken at least some cash, costing the taxpayers a combined $1.4 million. Receipts for just the first half of this year include at least 17 millionaire Democrats, including Representative Katie Porter, reported net worth of up to $1.8 million in her latest financial disclosure, and House Minority Whip Catherine Clark, who boasts a net worth of up to $13.5 million. Now, the change was made following complaints from members like Cortez, who said her $174,000 salary is just not enough to maintain a home in her district and have housing in Washington as well. Since taking office in 2019, AOC has rented an apartment at a luxury Washington, D.C. building that boasts amenities including a rooftop pool, an indoor golf simulator. Other members of the squad collected $14,000. Elon Omar of Minnesota. Rashida Tlaib, $6,800. $6,200 for Jamal Bowman. She was actually ordered to pay a $1,000 fine, or Jamal Bowman, the guy that pulled the fire alarm. Yes, and the House proceedings disrupted things there. Meanwhile, the report noted a Harvard study that found a record 21.6 million American households are spending more than 30% of their pre-tax income on rent. Of course, Bidenflation has pushed up the cost of groceries 20% since he took office. I said this crosses the lines. The report said Representative Matt Gaetz of Florida received the largest share of funds thus far of any lawmaker, having billed taxpayers nearly $17,000 from January through May of this year to pay for his D.C. living expenses. It was then Representative Mo Brooks of Alabama who had opposed the pay raise. You can have a good public policy debate on whether congressmen should be paid more in order to attract a better bunch, and you could have a reasonable debate on inflation adjustments, but it really ought to be done in the public, according to Brooks. That's my biggest beef, that it was done clandestinely. It was all a big secret. Anyway, congressional rules allow lawmakers to expense up to $258 a day in lodging and $79 per day in meals without having to submit receipts. That's a nice little perk, if I don't mind. Let's see what Eagle has on his mind here. What's up there, Eagle?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm doing all right tonight. Steve, got a lot to talk about, man. Got a lot to talk about tonight, man, with this presidential season coming in. First, I'll talk about the real deal before I get to the losers that was on the stage at the other so-called debate that Trump didn't show up with. Donald Trump held his own rally today, Steve, in Florida, Miami, Florida area, and Donald Trump was doing the deal. He talking plenty of trash tonight. And if you want to hear what a real president sound like, just in case some Democrats listen to your show tonight, Steve, if they want to hear what a real president sound like when it comes to the border crisis, when it comes to Israel, when it comes to the economy, when it comes to Hezbollah and all of you should have heard what Trump had to say. Unlike this loser that we have in the White House right now. Like I said, Steve, it's just an embarrassment that Biden continues on in America when we got a man like Trump walking around, doing the deal. He said, Steve, you know what Trump said about those so-called protesters that I told you about the other night that was protesting in Washington, D.C. It had the nerve to spray paint monuments and try to climb up the fence, basically an insurrection that they tried to blatantly lie about with Donald Trump. Donald Trump said that those people would be prosecuted if he was in the White House. They wouldn't be walking the streets of America right now. Okay, there you go. Okay, thanks a lot. Yeah, I said they wouldn't be walking the streets of America right now. What'd you say, Steve?
You are correct. Yes, I do believe Trump announced that, if he is reelected, he's going to implement like the biggest deportation program in history.
Yeah, it's going to have to be, because it looks like Biden has let in at least 9 to 10 million people, Steve, and that's just the people that they counted. It might be even higher than that with the so-called runaways, the gotaways, or whatever the hell they want to call them. But I'm not concerned with them. I'm concerned with these terrorists that, like I told you the other night, that's who I'm concerned with. These people from Iran, these sympathizers with Palestine, these people that sympathize with Tlaib and Omar and AOC, these individuals I'm worried about. Those are the ones that need to be shipped out of the country. Because, see, like I told you a couple of nights ago, Steve, if you don't want to, like my grandfather said, if you don't want to be here, guess what? I don't want you here either. If you don't like the United States, guess what? You're more than welcome to hit the door, and don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out. Because, see, I'm fed up with these people. And like I said, it's just a matter of time before we have a terrorist attack, Steve. We got a year. God, I got my fingers, toes, and everything else I can cross that Trump get in the White House. I'm hoping and praying that we don't have a terrorist attack within the next 12 months. But that's asking a whole lot, considering we still got the border wide open. That's asking a whole lot, considering who the hell's walking into this country right now. Now, here's the deal. Now, you look at the other debate with these losers, these 5 or 6 people that they had on the stage tonight, Steve. It just continues on. Let's talk about Fat Boy Chris Christie, who will never, ever, like I told you months ago, the only thing he need to be worried about is opening up a Dunkin' Donuts somewhere in the New Jersey, New York area. That's what he needs to be concerned with, because he will never, ever represent the United States as a president of America. So I don't even know why he showed up for the debate tonight. He's just disgusting. The same thing goes with Ramanjani. This guy here, at first I like what this guy had to say the first couple of times I heard it, but after listening to him, he's done. He's through. He's just a hothead, a young guy that thinks he's got all the answers. He's basically trying to be a young Donald Trump. It ain't happening, my man. You're not Donald Trump. Never will be, and never won't be. So just move on with your life. Do whatever the hell you got to do, but you ain't getting in the White House. Now, the Nikki Haley, same thing with her. She's just another loudmouth that's not going to do nothing. She already had a chance to be in the White House with Donald Trump. Donald Trump got rid of her because she wasn't getting the job done. Nikki Haley, I thought maybe she had potential earlier in the year, but no, she's done. Nobody wants to hear what she has to say. She's proven to be a liar. Tim Scott, the other guy on the stage, has called her out several times and made her look like a complete idiot. She's nothing but a rhino. She's not fooling nobody. And then last but not least, the governor of Florida, the Donald Trump wannabe. It ain't happening, my man. You did a good job in Florida, but just like Donald Trump said, you wouldn't have been the governor of Florida without him. You had plenty of potential. He could have went in, Steve, as the vice president, but he wanted the whole deal. He wanted to be the president. He couldn't be the second man for 4 years for Donald Trump, and then after Trump do his 4, then he could have took over and ran the deal. But no, he wanted the whole deal, so it all blew up in his face. That's why Donald Trump called him the sanctimonious, because that's exactly what he is. He's just a Donald Trump wannabe. Never has been, just has been. You're not gonna be Donald Trump. You ain't tough enough. You're not man enough to even think you're Donald Trump, my man. So it all boils down to this, Steve. It all boils down to Donald Trump. If you want, like I said at the beginning of my phone call, Donald Trump is the only person that I heard tonight in between these two deals that sounded like a man that's got the answers to get America back on track and make America great again. And like I asked you last night, Steve, I want to know who these 48% of people in America that's voting for Donald Trump. Do we have that many ministers walking around in America? Do we have that many of these clowns like him walking? Please tell me that we don't have 48% of the country that think like minister. Because if we do, we in big trouble, brother. We in real big trouble. Because, like I said, this will be the last stand for America right here, Steve. This election right here, this will determine the future, not just your future, but your kids' future and their kids' future, if there is a future. Because if Biden gets back in, we're done. The country is done. You got a man that's running the country that doesn't even speak that. He disappears. One day he might speak, and you might not see or hear from him for a week or two. He lets that loser speak. The loser come out on the podium and lie every day after day. You ask her a question, why she's getting paid American tax money, I still don't know. She's basically stealing money. For her to hold a press conference and come out on the podium and say that she doesn't have the answer, that she'll have to look it up and she'll get back with you, or refuse to answer questions from the people that's sitting in the crowd, is a complete embarrassment for that to go down. If you don't want to answer the questions, go find you another job. Go get a job at Burger King or something, because I'm tired of seeing her on my television face every day with the same old lies, Steve. So here's how it goes. When Donald Trump get in the White House, he needs to clean the whole deal out. Don't hold nobody over. I don't care who worked for Joe Biden. The whole damn White House needs to be cleaned out, and Donald Trump needs to bring in his own people, and all the people that tried to throw the book at him and put him up under the jail. Guess what? You're going up under the jail. So enjoy your life as a free man right now, my man. Because I can promise you, if Trump get back in, you're headed to a jail cell somewhere in America, and that's a good thing, not a bad thing. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Eagle on a roll tonight. All right. Thanks for chiming in, Eagle. Here's the deal. It's 20 past the hour. Meanwhile, on the trucking sector, the struggles continue. 3 weeks after a 40-year-old Montana-based trucking company and freight brokerage abruptly ceased operations, Meadowlark Agency and its affiliate, Meadowlark Transport, filed for bankruptcy liquidation late Monday. Headquartered in Billings, Montana, filing for Chapter 7 in the U.S. Bankruptcy Court for the District of Montana. In its petition, Meadowlark entities list assets between $10 million and $50 million and liabilities of between $1 and $10 million. The petition states they have up to 5,000 creditors and that no funds will be available to unsecured creditors once it pays administrative fees. The petition lists assets of nearly $15.4 million in receivables from Meadowlark Transport prior to filing bankruptcy. The CEO, Amanda Roth, provided the following statement to FreightWaves, saying that due to the unforeseen events of 2022 and 23, which included banking and funding issues, higher cost with lower rates, last-minute insurance issues, the 2023 economy not sustainable for a medium-sized company. According to the petition, Meadowlark made $60 million in gross revenue from October 1 of 22 through September 30 of this year. The company posted $103 million in gross revenue in 22, $76 million in 2021. Roth also stated the company's been targeted by a cyber attack and that a chameleon carrier had stole Meadowlark's identity. It just was not our year. We had both of these events occur right after another. The first was a cyber attack in which we had to rebuild our networks. Our name was being used, fake loads, payments going to scams. Now, what about the employees? Nearly 120 ex-employees are owed about $800,000, while about 1,300 trucking companies are owed almost $2.7 million, according to the bankruptcy petition. Now, if we go back to October 12, when FreightWaves first broke the story, Meadowlark had abruptly shuttered operations. At the time, the company had 273 drivers, 337 power units. The FMCSA data states the company's broker authority was involuntarily revoked on August 15, and their contract carrier authority was canceled on October the 28th. Since May, motor carriers claim they've been fighting for months to get paid after hauling brokered loads for Meadowlark. And you may never, ever see that money. Sounds likely you will not.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, what do we got? Rolling toward news update here just a few minutes away. And back to the calls at 844-844-3388. Hello, Gilligan.
Hey, Steve.
Oh, that's Marianne. Hello, Marianne. I'm sorry.
Hey, Steve. I had my back surgery.
That was this past day. How'd things go?
Oh, good. Last thing I talked to the doctor and all that, and then last thing I remember was being wheeled into the operating room, and then that's all she wrote. And then I got back, and boy, was I just had to get out of anesthetic. Woo.
A lot of pain?
I had some pain. Gotta keep ahead of the pain. Well, it's just was like, well, you gotta remember when you took it, they give it to you last, so you can keep ahead of it.
Right.
Oh man.
Yeah.
It's been like that. They first stuck that IV in. Oh my gosh. Sheesh. That hurt.
So what's the prognosis? What's the recovery schedule? Are you going to take a few weeks and you'll be good to go, or?
Yeah, I'm more or less gotta take a few weeks or so. I'm gonna spend like 2 weeks, maybe it is, and rehab to gotta get me up and walking. I brought my walker. They gotta take a couple of wheels off, I guess. Excuse me. They're gonna let me have something better to drink than what I got. I drank orange juice because that's all I had, and then I had some chicken broth. That wasn't bad, but I'm ready for. I had this. It's a thing. It's like Sprite. It was called Starry.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
That wasn't bad.
Yeah, Starry. Yeah. So
that wasn't.
You're supposed to be.
How
long?
Not bad tasting.
How long before you get to go home?
Probably before Thanksgiving, somewhere in there. They're gotta get me up and walking.
Okay, so it's gonna take a little bit of time. Well, Marianne, thank you for the update. I know everybody thinking about you. I forgot you had her back surgery this past day, so yeah, they're keeping her medicated real good. But we'll get our news break here. We'll return after this to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. According to a report from NBC News, there's discussions underway regarding a potential 3-day pause in the Israel-Hamas conflict. But Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's former chief of staff, Yoav Horowitz, thinks it's a bad idea.
If we keep on pausing and allowing them to replenish, it's another 2 weeks.
Tonight, former President Trump scheduled to host a rally, while some GOP presidential contenders might seize the opportunity during tonight's debate to attribute last night's election losses to him. Candidates have been pointing fingers at Trump for the Republicans' less than stellar performance. Ohio is now the 24th state to legalize recreational marijuana, adults 21 and over to purchase and possess up to 2.5 ounces. While it was successfully passed, Issue 2 is state law, not a constitutional amendment, which means the state legislature can still adjust or even repeal it. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed fee legal solution in the country with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor. Guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me could understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, we shared the story earlier. The two innocent Americans going about their lives, losing their lives due to the human smuggling operations on the southern border. In this case, we take you to the state of Indiana, where a UPS tractor-trailer driver lost his life Tuesday. Crash on I-65. 25-year-old Patrick Denny Harvey of Brownsburg, Indiana. All unfolded a little before 12:30 in the morning. The Lewis and Clark Parkway during a police chase, shutting down the right 3 lanes of I-65. State police said a 27-year-old leading police on a chase where speeds up to 120 miles an hour. This guy also had a woman and a child in the car with him. The chase ended with the 27-year-old crashing into a trooper's car who was taken to the University of Louisville Hospital. A minor head injury. The woman was also hospitalized. The child in the rear reportedly had no injuries, amazingly. But that crash led to 4 tractor-trailers coming together, including the one Harvey was driving. His truck caught fire. He perished in the crash. There was also an individual in the sleeper compartment who was taken to the University of Louisville Hospital with serious injuries. Taylor is now charged with neglect of a dependent, criminal recklessness with a weapon, reckless driving causing injury, and resisting arrest causing serious injury. The woman in the car with him also had outstanding warrant, apparently, but has not been charged in relation to the crash. But, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. Hey, what's the best way to fight an electric vehicle fire? Firefighters, more and more, are saying the best way is stand back and let her burn. That's the word firefighters called to extinguish an electric vehicle fire, discovering the surest approach. Just watch it burn. Electric cars combust differently than gas-powered vehicles. Firefighters and researchers say electric vehicle fires last longer, are harder to put out, and have a tendency to reignite. First responders in Franklin, Tennessee, faced their first burning electric vehicle in September. I guess the chief said, I think if we were faced with a similar scenario next time, we might just need to let it burn. Now, this was a Nissan is investigating the cause of the fire. Isn't clear how frequently electric vehicle fires take place, but as the cars become a larger part of the fleet, some fire departments see them as a growing nuisance. Firefighters in Florida's North Collier Fire Control and Rescue District responded to 6 electric vehicle fires last year. Of course, that was the storm surge brought in by Hurricane Ian that caused salt water to get into some of those electric vehicle battery compartments. There are more than 170,000 vehicle fires in this country annually, but the National Fire Protection Associations, they use federal data to track the fires. They don't break them down by power source. First responders still trying to figure out how to deal with electric vehicle fires. When we look at how much money's going into the battery plants, into the electric vehicle transition, there hasn't been a lot that's been carved out to prepare the fire service. According to the chief of Michigan's Brighton Area Fire Authority, electric vehicle fires usually start in the lithium-ion batteries, which store a massive amount of energy. If the battery's poorly designed or if it has damage from shock or internal spikes of lithium that form over time, a process known as thermal runaway can begin. The batteries contain flammable chemicals that can release their own oxygen as they burn, allowing the vehicles to reignite hours or even days after they appear to be quenched. They also emit toxic fumes. According to one teacher at West Virginia University, the National Volunteer Fire Council said these lithium-ion battery fires make hydrogen cyanide look like Pez. The president of the Electric Drive Transportation Association said that electric vehicle fires aren't more dangerous than those involving gas-powered vehicles, but they do require their own tactics. It's a matter of training. All right, he did say drivers of electric vehicles need to pay attention to any indications that a problem may be coming. If your dash is telling you don't drive the car, pull over. Pull over, stop driving the car. Yeah, they also talked about the amount of water for an internal combustion engine. Typically, it would be like 1,000 to 5,000 gallons of water they would use to put out the fire. Electric vehicles, it can be 20 to 40,000 gallons of water they use trying to extinguish those battery fires. And we head down to, speaking of Florida. Hello, Philip.
Hey, buddy, how you doing today?
Good. What's happening?
Not much. Just driving to work. I just hearing your comments about these battery fires on these cars. There was a transport ship that caught on fire. I believe it was around Switzerland and that a few months ago, and they had to go back to a port. You know, they towed the ship back to the port, and it was full of cars. And they were pulling cars out of the ship probably 3 weeks after the fire and putting them in dumpsters of water to get them to put the fire out and they were still burning 3 weeks after the initial fire supposedly was put out on the ship that was transporting cars. We heard about the firefighters that were killed on the ship recently. That was they think it was because of electric cars. I know that a lot of fire departments now are using they've got an apparatus that they put underneath the car. If they can get underneath it and pick it up, and they kind of tilt it sideways, and so they can get underneath the bottom, because most of the batteries on these new electric cars are all on the bottom. They're on the bottom of the car, so they're literally under just the feet. You know, and same way with the trucks. But the new Tesla semi, the amount of energy that thing takes, it's like 18,000 volts of energy, and it's nothing to play with, especially if you get the cells of the battery get damaged. Lithium is not everybody thinks it's cool and stuff, but do you remember, Steve, when they had these little things that you could stand on and move around with the two wheels on it? The kids were playing with a few years ago, Steve?
Absolutely, yes. The little electric scooters.
Well, you remember they had it was like a pad that you stood on with your feet, and it had two wheels on it.
Yes.
Kind of like a Segway.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, and do you remember they were having problems with those catching on fire?
Yep.
Well, the reason why they had those catching on fire was because they were using cheap lithium batteries in them. They weren't using a well-designed battery for those. And they were catching on fire. And people were getting injured, you know, and they got a lot to work on the battery technology. I know Elon Musk is probably his company is probably the most that's furthest into it than anybody is. And, you know, he's developing plants for those semis that make just the batteries for them. And he's scouring everywhere to try to find that stuff to do the batteries for them. I know he's been buying a lot of batteries for those cars over the years from China. You know, Panasonic has supplied a lot of the batteries for those cars. I think LG might have had some had done some deals with them. But it's a dangerous situation with that batteries. It's nothing to play with. You know, you've got energy stored in there. You got to get that energy out of there. And if getting that energy out of there causes heat, and then you have an accident on top of it that damages that battery, it's going to be a nasty mess. So it's something that we need to pay attention to if we're thinking about buying an electric car. You need to do your homework. Who's got the great record? Who's putting the most time in on the battery research? You know, I mean, that's why everybody's going towards Tesla, because Tesla, they put their time in on it. The American model makers have not. They're still trying to figure it out. I don't know how far in advance they are, but they're still trying to figure it out. That's the reason we haven't seen GM and Ford do as more than they have. I mean, Ford has got the Mustang, their little version of the Mustang that's doing really good, but I don't think that it's going to be nothing to amount to nothing. You know, I don't think everybody can afford one, and that's the biggest problem with the cars, is that just too daggone expensive. What do you think, Steve?
I hear you. Yep. It's going back to those little scooters, though. People were losing their lives. These things were catching fire in garages. Yeah, kids would plug them up in their bedroom, you know, for the night, and they'd catch fire in the bedroom.
Absolutely, and it was all because the companies that built them, there was a lot of Chinese companies.
Yep.
They put cheap lithium batteries in them. That's what it is. It's just a cheap lithium battery. They found the batteries, a source of a battery that they had made, and they mass produced it, and it's just a cheap battery. That battery would short out, and it would cause a fire. Or it cause somebody to get burnt or damaged or, do something with that. I mean, it's well known over the years, and there's a lot of guys out there that deal with these batteries that will tell you that water is the only thing that will put them out, and the only thing you can do to them is cool them down. That's all you can do. Just cool it down. That's all you can do. Like you said, just sit back and watch it burn. I mean, that's pretty much it. I mean, the average fire truck does not carry enough water to put all those batteries out. I think you could bring a 10,000-gallon tanker in some instances, and especially with these semis now. These Tesla semis get out there, they better have some pretty good water sources with them until they figure out the batteries on. But we'll see how it goes. We're still awaiting that Starship, buddy. I think within the next week or two, we're going to maybe see a launch. We'll just have to sit back and watch. So we'll see how it goes, and then tonight we're going to have a launch at Cape Canaveral tonight at around 8:30. That's a resupply mission for the Dragon resupply mission for the ISS. Steve, do you look at the stars in the sky at night?
Absolutely, yes.
Have you heard of the Skyview app that's on the phone?
There's a bunch of different ones. Skyview, I don't know if I've tried that one or not, but they're pretty cool.
The Skyview one, I just got that one, and now there's two versions of it. I'm letting everybody know there's called the light version, which is the free version, and then they have the paid version.
Okay.
I don't know what the paid one offers, but the light one is pretty cool. It tells you exactly what you're looking at, and you can literally point it in the ceiling of your house, and it will tell you the stars that are above your house at the time.
Yep.
So that's that one there. I just got it. It's pretty cool, and it does a lot of neat things. It tells you all the different, layouts of the stars and all that, which ones they are. And so if anybody gets a chance, download that app. It's pretty cool. So that's all I got today, buddy. Y'all have a good day, and thanks for having me.
All right, well, watch for that Falcon 9 liftoff later on this evening. Okay, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, we'll file this one under the, what do we call it, the crime files, maybe? had a report from last evening. I didn't get around to it before we wrapped the program up. But I guess it works out well because I actually got a follow-up on that that we can add to it here this morning. We've seen the out-of-control crime sprees sweeping across the country, these smash-and-grab robberies, retailers, the likes of what Target announced something they anticipate they'll lose $1.5 billion to theft this year. Certain cities are faring worse than others. Of course, Los Angeles would probably top the list, but apparently the shopping experience in Dallas is beginning to change. Retail theft up 73% through the first 6 months of this year. So Dallas and Los Angeles, where shoplifting increased 109% there in L.A., the highest reported retail theft in the first half of the year, according to the analysis of 24 major cities by the Council on Criminal Justice. The data helps explain new scenes around Dallas. At a Walmart in northeast Dallas, the flashing lights frame a camera above an aisle of locked cases holding men's underwear, socks, and wallets. You got to put underwear and socks behind locked cases? It has the warning, security camera in use. Electric toothbrushes behind locked cases. The electric razors behind lock and key at the nearby Target. Kroger has added security gates at some Dallas stores to prevent quick exits of full shopping carts of consumables, laundry detergent. Tide and Oxy are also now locked behind cases. A box asking shoppers to press the button if you need help. Armed guards in uniform, more visible in Dallas stores and malls. Going into 2023, you start to see a steady climb in shoplifting in Dallas. So far this year, shoplifting cases to the Dallas Police Department increased by 56.1%. But the trend may be shifting in some efforts by retailers. It may actually be showing signs they're working. Reported shoplifting cases to Dallas police actually declined in the most recent month, both versus the prior month and the same month from last year. Follow-up I came across this past day is from Newsmax, as a matter of fact, which says the writing is on the wall for Dallas, Los Angeles. They will be the next Portland and San Francisco with businesses disappearing. That is a domino in a line that leads to ruin. And it's not the first domino, which means that the collapse has already started. The shoplifting numbers we just shared have skyrocketed. The result of a shortage of police officers, which itself is a result of some of the leftist policies imposed on police to defund police departments, progressive prosecutors who will not prosecute the criminals, and the leftist judges who won't sentence the criminals with serious penalties. The volume of items stolen is also on the increase. According to the report, the value of stolen goods in shoplifting incidents in 2021 was $756 or less, a nearly $200 increase from 2019. The shoplifters have also grown more violent. Look at the sheer number of stories reporting smash and grab incidents have nearly doubled. Retail businesses cannot absorb losses like this. When the profits disappear, the businesses close. The Dallas Morning News reported that businesses in the city have started taking additional precautions trying to prevent this shoplifting problem. We shared some of that. The cameras, the lights, everything having to be locked up in glass cases. Meanwhile, the politicians in places like Dallas and Los Angeles try to make excuses for their failures. They'll spin the numbers in the best way possible, or in some cases just outright lie about them. What they won't do is actually crack down on the criminals. The people who leave tend to be the good citizens. Well, the criminals stick around. And, of course, once the businesses start to close, that's where the people begin to follow. Who wants to live in a crime-riddled neighborhood? It's a downward spiral. We'll get back to your calls coming up here as we roll into, what do we got? A Thursday coming on here as we head up to the midnight hour on the West Coast. 9th day of November coming on. Hope your week's been going well. Just a quick reminder, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the very same time. We like to say store that engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And how about a little added bonus for being a listener to this program? If you'd like to order, you can do so online. Go to the website goldeagle.com, the manufacturer of Sta-Bil products. You can place your order online there. Use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout, and that'll take 15% off your entire order. Again, from goldeagle.com, coupon code OvernightDrive. And we'll return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. According to a report from NBC News, there's discussions underway regarding a potential 3-day pause in the Israel-Hamas conflict. But Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's former chief of staff, Yoav Horowitz, thinks it's a bad idea.
We got to win the war. If we keep on pausing and allowing them to replenish, it's another 2 weeks to the war.
This pause is being considered to facilitate the delivery of more humanitarian aid into Gaza and potentially lead to the release of some hostages held by Hamas. Defense officials say the U.S. conducted an airstrike on a weapons storage facility in eastern Syria used by Iranian-backed militants. President Biden ordered the strike in response to a drone attack on U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria that have left dozens injured. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said he's fully prepared to take the necessary measures to protect U.S. personnel in the region. Following an explosion at a chemical plant near a town north of Houston, residents are being urged to stay indoors and take shelter. Jeff Hartfield, owner of Sound Resource Solutions, says they process chemical, then ship them out. Nothing is stored on site.
Hazardous materials, yes, but it's the type of material you probably have under your kitchen sink.
The significant fire has resulted in smoke columns rising hundreds of feet into the sky, prompting the presence of emergency response teams. There's been one reported injury from the explosion, and the individual has been swiftly transported to the hospital with minor burns. Ohio is now the 24th state to legalize recreational marijuana. Adults 21 and over to purchase and possess up to 2.5 ounces of marijuana and to grow cannabis plants in their own homes. While it was successfully passed, Issue 2 is state law, not a constitutional amendment, which means the state legislature can still adjust or even repeal it. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Ohio is now the 24th state to legalize recreational marijuana. Last night, voters passed Issue 2, allowing adults 21 and over to purchase and possess up to 2.5 ounces of marijuana and to grow cannabis plants in their own homes. While it was successfully passed, Issue 2 is state law, not a constitutional amendment, which means the state legislature can still adjust or even repeal it. Patrick Dempsey is People's Sexiest Man Alive in 2023. The 57-year-old actor, known for his role as Derek McDreamy Shepherd on the hit show Grey's Anatomy, says he thinks it's great he's getting the honor at this point in his life. He told People, "It gives me the platform to use it for something positive." The suspect in the murder of rapper Tupac Shakur will stand trial next year. The court date for Dwayne Davis has been set. He'll face trial in June for the 1996 drive-by shooting in Las Vegas. Davis has pleaded not guilty. Friends has taken over TV once again.
Look, for the first time in my life, I'm in a real relationship, okay? I'm not going to screw that up by, telling the truth.
Friends enthusiasts are propelling the sitcom to the forefront of popularity on streaming platforms in the U.S. Friends claim the highest rank from October 30th to November 5th, coinciding with the passing of star Matthew Perry. I'm Corey Myers.
Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Since symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Welcome back. Or for those just joining us, welcome aboard. Hope your week's going well. Got a Thursday here as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, right? Yeah, but get back to the phones here, see what's going on with the Carolina Monkey Gouger. Hey there.
What you doing, Steve?
Playing radio or something like that.
I'm doing it like Pruitt used to do it, man. Hey, look here. First I want to touch on is all this stuff that's going on in these cities. You know, they blame the police for it and everything. Well, you know, Walmart was the first one to started this deal. If it's under $50, let them go. Don't say a word to them. Just let them walk out the store. Well, you know, 50 become 100, then it become 200 and everything. And I mean, and then these other big retailers started promoting the same thing. You know, $50, let them run. $100, let them run. They're their own demise. I mean, these companies like Walmart, Target, you know, some of the other big ones, they started this bull crap. And, you know, I mean, it amazes me that they want to turn around and throw this on the police. And it's not a police problem. I mean, you know, yeah, if they would stop them and cut them off, and I know you've seen the videos of the people going in the Asian community and trying to smash and grab, and they beat the hell out of them people and stop it. And there was one that happened in Los Angeles here not too long ago where the fella went in there, he knocked the guard out the chair on the way in, got in there, and they just beat the living hell out of him. I mean, when we grew up, if you didn't have the money to buy it, you just did without. I don't know where this mentality come that everybody, you know, is entitled to something.
Right.
And that's bull crap. You know, if you ain't got the money, get you a damn job and go to work. I mean, every day we see help wanted, help wanted, help wanted, help wanted. And I mean, you know, that's the way I look at it. That these big food or retailers started this crap, but let's let them deal with it now. That's high security. If you're going to lose $1.5 billion in theft, it tells me you better step up your security program. Don't you agree?
$1.5 billion could that would cover the cost of a lot of like security salaries, I believe.
Right. But I mean, they so damn scared of getting sued, and these liver wasted DAs we got it running it in some of these places. George Soros appointed assholes. They need to be jacked up.
Right.
You know, I mean, it's just ridiculous, Steve. But I mean, you know, you look. There was a video of a guy went 7-Eleven. It ain't been a couple months ago, and they was going around. It was viral. He went in there, started smashing up place. What they do? They pull out the baseball bats and tear his ass up. He wish he had to win in there. You know, I mean, it's just the way to combat it is fight it. You know, hey, if they gonna walk out the store, they'll start shaking them down and call the police when we get them subdued, and maybe, you know, if they ain't on the call, they can get over there and help them out. But that thing just, you know, we talk about this a lot, about what's going on, seeing all this stuff. And, you know, Steve, back when I was a boy, my granddaddy gave me 2 .45 Colt revolvers, Western revolvers. He told me, he said, you'll see the day in this country where you have to walk down the street to protect yourself. Well, Steve, we're there. We're there. We are it's a shame that it's like that. But I mean, people vote stupid. Last night was a perfect example of what the mentality in this country is. I can't believe some of this stuff that went on last night. It's just crazy. But what was that trucking company you was talking about that went belly up?
Montana. I believe it was out of Billings, Montana.
Billings, Montana. Well, that's another one bit the dust. Mm-hmm. I can't figure out truck capacity is so tight. These trucking companies going out right and left. These rates ought to be going up now. Don't you agree?
I mean, I guess the word from FreightWaves is there's still too much capacity and too little freight.
Yeah, that's But I mean,
there's
night,
a whole bunch more of these smaller companies. They blame it on how many hundreds of thousands owner-operators jumped in when the rates had skyrocketed during the pandemic. And, of course, a lot of people unable to work, lost their job, of course, and so they jumped into trucking, and they've got to weed them out of the business for the rates to come back.
Well, we see it in farming. Price of cows go way up. People go buy 10 or 15 cows and hogs and everything else. They're going to jump in it and make it rich, and then, all of a sudden we got a glut of everything. But I blame a lot of this trucking deal on the American Trucking Association. Oh, there's not enough trucks. Not enough trucks. We got to get these foreigners over here. We got to get these foreigners over here to drive these trucks and everything. ATA is at their own demise, and they created a lot of this bull crap. I mean, we see it every day. You got trucks running down the road that don't even. I mean, I don't know how in the world a DOT man don't pull these cats over. I mean, today we had to run a fella down. The whole back of his truck was coming off, the wind firing and everything, and he just flapping right on down the road. Boy, got his old flip-flops up there in the window, and he ain't worried about nothing. He got to get to the market. And we finally got him shut down and said, hey, your damn back of your truck about to fall off, you idiot. I don't know what the hell he was saying.
Right.
But, I mean, there's too much of this two-tier standard in this country now. The people that live here and try to make an honest living, they holding us they hold us accountable when they let these other cats go over here and get away with murder. The other thing was, I got to see Donald talk a little bit tonight. I'm a supporter of his. But if he'd have cleaned house when he got up there the first time, he wouldn't be in the mess he's in instead of listening to some of these people that he carried over. As far as Chris Christie and Nikki Haley, if Nikki Haley, I'll make this bet right now, the biggest state down to me and you, wherever you want to go in Louisville, if Nikki Haley was to even make it to the end, which she ain't, she wouldn't even carry her home state. That woman is hated in the state of South Carolina about as much as Lindsey Flip-Flop Graham is. Tim Scott, I don't even know why he's still there. I mean, I've had some dealings with him, and they wasn't very good. If he got in to run, he made it through the primary to run against Biden, I'd have to hold my nose and vote for independent, write my name. I could not give that man my vote. We don't have no leadership in South Carolina when it comes to our two U.S. senators, either in Scott or Lindsey Graham. Neither one of them were the pound of sand. But if the Republicans are going to win this election, what they need to do up there, they need to quit holding these hearings and start arresting some people. Let's see some of these jokers start going to jail. Let's see some action out of you. Let's see something happening out of all this mouth moving you doing up there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I mean, it's scary what's fixing to happen. And I mean, they better wake the hell up, and they better wake the hell up fast. I mean, the only one that I heard up there tonight talking that is Ron DeSantis. I mean, you know, if he makes it, I'd vote for him. But the rest of them, Robert Slimy, Tim Scott, I ain't got no use for none of them. They're just wasting air up there. They need to get behind one candidate. Let's get this thing over with. Let's get Biden and Camel Toe out the White House, and let's rebuild this country to the great country that it is, and make it better. So, Steve, that's about all I got tonight.
Well, thanks for checking in. Monkey Gouger, good to hear from you. Safe travels. I guess it was just a very short stint at the Marina Del Rey. He only spent about a day there. So we hadn't even touched on it yet. He brought up, you know, all talk, no action. I want to see something done. Stop all the lip service. The first subpoenas coming down this past day. James Comer subpoenaed Hunter and James Biden, the president's brother, along with family associate Rob Walker, to testify under oath on December 13th, 9:30 a.m. Eastern. This is the next step in the House impeachment inquiry into President Biden. Comer issued subpoenas for James and Hunter's bank records back in September. The Bidens complied with Comer's subpoenas. The Oversight Committee has followed the money and built a record of evidence revealing how Joe knew, was involved, and benefited from the family influence peddling schemes. That was the statement from Comer this past day. Now, the House Oversight Committee is going to bring in members of the Biden family and their associates and question them on this record of evidence. Unlike the many lies President Biden told the American people about his family's business schemes, the bank records do not lie. These records reveal how the Bidens sold Joe around the world to benefit the Biden family, including Joe himself, to the detriment of U.S. interest. Now, along with Hunter and James, Comer demanded Walker appear before the committee after he refused to appear earlier this year. Walker described himself as someone who generally has been acting as a surrogate for Hunter around the country and abroad, pursuing opportunities. Comer wants to question Walker about his receipt of a $3 million payment, which in turn was split between 4 Biden family members. That would be Hunter, James, Hallie, and a 4th unidentified Biden. The family members received $1.3 million collectively from the $3 million payment. That $3 million is just a portion of the $24 million Comer says the business received from foreign nationals over the course of approximately 5 years, including millions of dollars from China, Russia, Ukraine, Romania, and Kazakhstan. Now, with the subpoenas coming down, so suddenly the heat is being turned up, as they would say. Representative Fallon, Pat Fallon of Texas, after this announcement yesterday, said, just watch for Joe. President Biden will likely lawyer up because he doesn't want the truth to come out. We've subpoenaed bank records from Biden family members 8 separate times. And all 8 times we found more foreign money flowing into the Biden syndicate. Every single time. They have several bank accounts in their personal name. And, of course, we all know they have dozens of shell companies. Now, be honest about it. Yeah, honest people that are doing honest business, you don't do those kind of things. And we also know what kinds of service they provide. We still don't know what the Bidens did, although we do, which was just to influence peddle and selling access. So, yeah, I can't wait to see what comes from these subpoenas, but also I think ultimately Joe's going to lawyer up because he doesn't want the truth to come out. The Oversight Committee has followed the money. They have built the record of evidence revealing how Joe knew, was involved, and benefited. So, okay, the subpoenas come out. Testifying December 13. That's the next step. 5-7 coming up into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
What's happening, 5-7?
Oh, sounds good so far. A lot bad out there. It's our system of government. Like I said, you got to vote your conscience. So if you can't do, in the end, everybody's going to have to face their maker. And that's, the way it goes. This thing that you just brought up, I think, is great. Remember, everybody running around saying it's a debacle, the Republicans, and the debacle, and Matt Gaetz caused this debacle. Well, if we had McCarthy in there, do you think this would be going anywhere, the subpoenas? No, that was part of McCarthy's problem. Is that first year the Democrats got the House, they already had the Trump children in, I think, once or twice. So it's sorry about that. So there you go. I mean, at least we're getting a bang for our buck. So, and what do you got against people going in the store and getting a loaf of bread when they're hungry and starving? It's, smash and grab. I mean, AOC says that's what they're doing. They're just running
I had just seen that video, and they've got it superimposed. She's up top saying they're out just stealing. These are the smash and grabs coming out with entire racks of clothing,
Hey, it's winter. Got to along with it. You don't live on bread alone, And besides, this poor lady's trying to struggle keeping 2 apartments in D.C. and New York City, which is both high rent districts. So hey, that woman didn't touch with a mark. So I don't see what you got a problem with that. I mean, people got to do what you got to do to survive. Now, would I call for it? I love the show, man. There's just, if you're on hold for 15 minutes, man, you just have so much more to comment on. Ramaswamy, or whatever his name is.
Ramaswamy,
I
yes.
can't get it. Thank you so much. And I mean no disrespect. I loved what he said. I mean, the way he presented the debacle, the financial insanity on the money going to Ukraine, and he explained that the corruption, shutting down the churches, shutting down any political challengers. Also, that he's threatening to not even hold an election unless the American taxpayer pay for it. And then he challenged Nikki Haley, and I guess all of them up there, you know, are gun ho. Let's go, you know, send money to Ukraine. So I didn't watch all of that. I didn't hear any of it. Turned the TV on, and there he was, and I caught it right when he said that. And I thought, that's the best explanation, and all Nikki Haley could do, and she's a native girl now, South Carolina native girl, all she could do is stand there and sort of grin through it. But there is no answer to it. But I'd love for her to try to give us the answer on
So
that.
where did Ramaswamy try to bring Haley's daughter into the picture or something? And she called Ramaswamy a scum.
Yeah, that's exactly how come I'm voting for Donald Trump, because no offense there, monkey gouger, but DeSantis. The reason why I dumped DeSantis a long time ago is he brought up Trump and what's her name, the girl that is committing a what do you call it when you hold I'll give this information out on you if you don't pay me the money. There's a extortion. The girl that's been extorting Donald Trump for the money for a twist, and DeSantis has to know that had to hurt his family, his son. DeSantis had to know that hurt that beautiful first lady we had, who has done nothing for America except for good. So there you go. It's the same thing. It's the same thing in that whole defile. I don't blame Trump for not standing up there, because they're all power hungry. And I guarantee you the first 4 years will be nothing more than try to get ready for the next 4 years. And that means that the DOJ is not going to get flushed out. The FBI is not going to get flushed out. By God, when they get Donald Trump in there, when we vote him in, the very first thing I guarantee you that they need to do, the new DOJ officer, the new FBI officer, needs to pull the passports of all these Democrats. And go for it, man. It's not vengeance, it's justice. They want to, and give them their day in court, an honest day in court, with honest people, which they have not done for the American people. Face it, the Secret Service didn't charge anybody. This last weekend during that Palestinian thing, they spray painted the fence. They did damage to around the White House. Excuse me, vandalism is a crime, and they did not do nothing. Oh, we didn't arrest anybody. Right. So the American taxpayer is going to have to pay for that. They should find the organizers, get them in jail, and make them go. If they don't pay for it, go out there and repaint everything.
There you go. All right. So, hey, we got a pause news update, rather. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Defense officials say the U.S. conducted an airstrike on a weapons storage facility in eastern Syria used by Iranian-backed militants. President Biden ordered the strike in response to the drone and rocket attacks on the U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria that have left dozens injured. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says he's fully prepared to take the necessary measures to protect U.S. personnel in the region. Discussing his well-known mugshot taken in connection with the election interference charges in Georgia, former President Trump expressed his satisfaction with how it came out during an appearance on the Clay and Buck Show.
When I saw it, which was sent to us a few hours later, when I saw the picture, I couldn't believe it. I said, it's actually a decent picture. It's a good picture. It's maybe an iconic picture.
People in a town north of Houston are still reeling from an explosion near a chemical plant earlier today. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code OvernightDrive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Now let me jump into a couple of other industry headlines before getting back to your calls at 844-844-3388. See, earlier this week, J.B. Hunt Transport announcing a new intermodal service in partnership with BNSF, meant to service highway freight customers. The announcement called Quantum, and it's described as a breakthrough intermodal service that accommodates the service-sensitive highway freight needs of customer supply chains. Quantum, according to the announcement, provides the consistency, agility, and speed needed to transport service-sensitive highway freight using rail. Quantum is based on the new Intermodal Innovation Center at BNSF headquarters in Fort Worth, Texas. The companies promise 95% on-time deliveries, approximately a day faster than traditional intermodal service. As many as 7 to 11 million loads of freight support conversion from over-the-road truck service to intermodal service, according to J.B. Hunt. Quantum allows customers with service-sensitive freight to benefit from the most cost savings of intermodal while reducing their carbon footprint and maintaining the level of service and consistency needed in the supply chains. Now, Darren Field is president of Intermodal at JB. Our joint service and capacity are unmatched. When combined with J.B. Hunt's broad range of flexible solutions, there is no provider in the industry who can match Quantum's ability to move your most important freight. The number that sticks out to me there, as many as 7 to 11 million loads of freight support conversion from over-the-road truck service to intermodal service. Now, how quickly that's going to unfold, how many millions of loads might be jumping onto the intermodal, what kind of impact's that going to have on the over-the-road truck drivers? Okay, then we got the confirmation. Quick update on Yellow. Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers and asset management firm National Capital have received the bankruptcy court approval to liquidate the assets of the now-defunct Yellow Corporation. All right, we know the background, the closure, 30,000 drivers, all that. The announcement, NCI and Ritchie Brothers said they'll be kicking off the sale of Yellow's rolling stock assets, including approximately 60,000 units of trucks, trailers, and miscellaneous LTL support equipment located across the U.S. and Canada at over 300 terminal locations throughout 2024. You get the typical statements. We're honored to provide Yellow a comprehensive solution to maximize the value of the rolling stock assets. The historic size and complexity of this transaction required a highly coordinated effort between the teams at NCI, Ritchie Brothers, and the company. Together with Ritchie Brothers, we're prepared to lead one of the largest disposition events in our industry. So that pretty much to me spells the end of, the whole idea, the bid of trying to revamp, to bring back, who was it, the transport carrier, whatever that. All right, Eagle wanted to chime back in here, something on the lines of the truck driver trying to get away from the po-po. What's going on, Eagle?
Yeah, it happened down there in Texas where I live at, Steve. I don't know if you've seen the video. This guy riding down Interstate 10. Looked like a foreign guy. The reason why he was running, because they say he had drugs and not a lot of drugs. I guess he was doing drugs. And this guy's running down the interstate, and he's got half the police forces after him. And he's running red lights. He's doing the whole deal. I don't know. I don't know how fast this truck was going. I don't know what his speed was, but they had the whole force after him, and he made a U-turn in the middle of the interstate, and then went back the opposite way and was running into traffic. And luckily, he didn't hit nobody or kill nobody. But when they finally caught up with the guy, they asked him why he didn't stop, and he said he had drugs in the truck. Now his trucking career is over, ruined.
Oh yeah,
he'll never drive another. Yeah, he'll never drive another truck again. Did you see the video of that?
I did see. I don't know. I saw the story. I saw the little blurb where he was. I saw how many cop cars he had. How do these people think that they're actually going to be able to? If I keep going, I'll get away. I don't know. What are they thinking?
No. You truck. You can't. You're not. I don't care if your truck run 100 miles an hour. You're not going to be able to get away in no truck 18-wheeler trying to avoid the police. Is not going to happen. So I don't understand why these guys try to run roadblocks in trucks. It makes no sense to do that, because you're going to end up losing every time when you do something dumb. But like I say, that's like Monkey Gal just said. Some of the people they got driving these trucks nowadays, like Western Express. These guys are ridiculous. They're Western Express. They'll hire anybody. you could just walk out of jail. I thought you couldn't get a job driving trucks if you had a felony. But Western Express, they'll bring on anybody. Warner, people like that. And then you see like he said, you got guys driving down the road with their leg up on the dash, because we don't have clutches in these trucks no more. Most trucks are automatic, so you really only have to just use your right foot. So you got guys riding with their sandals on, got their foot up on the dash, cruising down the highway. So, yeah, you got some people out there running that don't need to be running. But one thing I wanted to say, Steve, one other thing before I hang out with you, I didn't get a chance to talk about this judge in the Trump situation again. This Letitia James, she ought to be ashamed of herself. They're trying to make a mockery. Now they got Donald Trump's daughter up trying to question her about this deal with Donald Trump. They brought his whole family into this whole deal, Steve. It's really sad how they've treated, Trump and, Biden continue, him and Hunter ain't, it's just really sad the way what they've done. But like I said, Joe Biden, I think his day is coming. Like you said before, they might be working on some things undercover to bring against Joe Biden. Maybe at the first of the year, we'll know something a little bit more about his situation. But like Monkey Gal just said, Steve, with the crime in America, like you said, it's basically a Wild West in the major cities around America, people doing what they want to do. And, it's mainly because they let them do that. And, they got a certain amount of stuff that they can take out of a store before they can be prosecuted. It makes absolutely no sense for these type of things to be going on in America with people just running roughshod. But that's what happens when you got a democratically run, Democrats running things. So if you want to continue on with the current deal, then they know what to do. But, here's what's scary, though, Steve, like Monkey Gal just said, he said a lot of good things, is that what you've seen on this last election, man, you still got people out there that are voting Democrat. I don't know what's wrong with these people. It's not a good sign for 24, what we just seen happen a couple of days ago.
Yes,
so
sir.
hopefully these people will see the light and they will change their mind and come over to the right side. But God help them if they don't, Steve. I really just can't understand these people that continue to vote Democrat. It just makes absolutely no sense. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, thanks for chiming back in there about 17 before the hour. Speaking of Trump, I did not tune into the rally this past evening, but one of the bold headlines, the open border issue, the open border policy of this administration from day one, when Biden took office, reversing all the Trump border policies that were definitely making a difference in deterring these people from all over the damn planet from coming in. Repeating his vow to restore his strong border policies unwound by Joe Biden. Trump said he will deliver the, quote, largest domestic deportation operation in U.S. history. On day one, I will terminate every open border policy of the Biden administration, and we will begin the largest domestic deportation operation in American history. During his speech that aired this past evening, so sad that we even have to talk about this. Wouldn't it be great if we could just talk about fixing our country, making it great without having to do all this? But we have no choice. We have bad people, terrorists at levels nobody's ever seen. Now, he noted the rise of terrorists crossing the southern border amid the unrest in the Middle East, which he said was brought on by Biden's emboldening the enemies of the U.S. and Israel. We had a good, strong policy. We wanted people to come to our country, but we wanted them to come legally. Legally. If you hate America, if you want to abolish Israel, if you sympathize with jihadists, we don't want you in our country. And we're not going to let you come into our country. This Israel-Hamas war has done more than just embolden U.S. enemies in the Middle East. You know, we've got these anti-American jihadists in our borders. To all the resident aliens who joined in the pro-jihadist protest and became very violent and started destroying our capital. We put you on notice. Come 2025, we'll find you, we'll deport you. That would be quite the task, but how do you find them all? But there you go. There's Gilligan. What's happening here?
Hey, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Well, people say, well, what's the use? You can't find them all. You can't find them all. Well, find what you can to round them up. Yeah. It's not like the idea people have, well, what's the use in trying? You'll not get it all done. Yeah, well, no, that's why you do it. You get as many as you can. You round up enough of these people, they'll self-deport, hopefully. It's like going after employers that intentionally hire illegal aliens. Joe Tech cracking down on the employers. I don't get it. I've been around the immigrant community. A lot of people do not realize this, but most legal immigrants will not have anything to do with the illegal immigrants. They hate them because they jumped line. They jumped in front of everybody. People trying to get here legally. I'm sure you've heard that before.
Oh, absolutely. It's kind of like it's a slap in their face for all the years, the money it costs, all they have to go through, the hoops they have to jump through to come legally into the country. It's just, a kick in the teeth to let people just, come on in, come on.
Exactly. I'm going to touch on something now. Somebody brought it up last night, and one of your regular listeners brought it up on me on a private call. I think there's a lot of confusion in what legalizing marijuana means. A lot of people are under the impression if they legalize marijuana, then they can go driving while they're high or operating machinery or crane,
right,
like one guy said, coming through your neighborhood with high on marijuana. Oh, absolutely not. It's still driving under the influence. Just because it's legal to smoke it, it does not mean it's legal to be under the influence of it while you're on the road, or while you're operating heavy machinery, or whatever. It's just the same as if you'd been drinking. There's been a lot of misconceptions of that. I don't understand why people can't get that. If you're high on marijuana, it's just the same as if you're drunk and you get caught. Now, I know there is some problems with being able to test for it. Now, Pappy, I'm sure you can answer those questions. And I'm sure there's ways to test. There's toxicology test and stuff like that.
Well, and if you're for the truck drivers, people like you, I mean, I don't care if you live in a state where it is legalized. If they call you in for your random drug test, you're still you're losing your job. You're not allowed to smoke pot and drive a truck.
Exactly. It's federal law. It's still against the law on the federal level.
Correct.
It's just the 24 states have passed it for recreational use. Now, that's the second buck I've seen hit in the last 2 nights, and that was another nice one. I seen a real nice one last night hit just out there on the Martinsville bypass, just north of Martinsville. That looked like a decent little buck that got hit tonight. Looks like a fresh one. Well, Steve, I'm gonna pick on old Big Ed a little bit. I got news for him. His Sooners are getting ready to lose their 3rd game of the season.
Okay, here we go.
Yep. My number one team. I'm rooting for JMU because it's a local small school, But my beloved Mountaineers has been my main college team for as long as I can remember. And the Mountaineers are going down to Oklahoma, and then when they get done, the Sooners will be, soon was. I don't know. I mean, they've got a strong team this year. I know Oklahoma usually beats them, but I think this year they're going down. And West Virginia is going to have a winning season. They ain't going to win the Big 12 conference, but I'll tell you what, I think they can take out Oklahoma. So Big Ed,
just remember, the Mountaineers are coming for you. Y'all may wish we wouldn't have joined the Big 12.
Oh, boy.
All right, Steve. Message out the Scarecrow. Bojangles disappeared about the day or so after the party. Josephine's still upset. He needs to come and get Bone Jenna. Bone Jenna is just all the time just trying to hang around Sam the Bone Man. I can't get any work out of him at all. I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do with her. You know, he needs to come get Bone Jenna. All right, Steve, I'm going to get out of here.
All right, Gilligan, have a good morning, and we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, they tell us this is the time of year, autumn, the time of year sometimes referred to as meteor shower season. There are several that peak this time of year, including one that unfolds in the night sky this weekend. The Northern Torrids will reach peak activity Saturday night into Sunday morning. Now, you need to meter your expectations. This isn't like you're going to see a whole lot. Only about 5 per hour, typically, according to the American Meteor Society. But the few meteors that do streak through the sky could be very impressive, as the Northern Torrids are sometimes very rich in fireballs, which are incredibly bright and can briefly light up part or even all of the night sky. I was actually outside the bunker preparing earlier before the show, and I just happened to be gazing toward the heavens. Philip asked, do you look at the stars? And I saw, it was a very brilliant fireball. Probably lasted a good 3 or 4 seconds. Obviously, that was one of the early Torrids. But nearly a week later, after the Torrids, it's the annual Leonid meteor shower, reaching its peak Friday night into Saturday morning, the 17th into the 18th. That'll be a bit bigger show. Leonid's peak with about 15 shooting stars an hour. That'll be the final meteor shower for November, and then the last until mid-December, when the hyperactive Geminid meteor shower brings the chance for stargazers to spot more than 100 meteors per hour. The Geminid is a big one. That's the shower that every so many years could actually turn into a full-blown meteor storm. which I just once in my lifetime I recall being able to step outside and just literally you'll see one after another, just kind of nonstop. I'd love to see that again, but I don't know if that's if we're in the mix to go through a meteor storm this year or not. While we're on the topic of space, they tell us Saturn's many rings are disappearing. And in 2025, they won't be visible from Earth, at least temporarily. Okay, Saturn's ring system extends up to 175,000 miles from the surface of the planet, clearly visible to stargazers here on the Earth. However, in 2025, this is what happens. The gas giant will tilt on its edge with Earth, making the huge rings seemingly disappear into an almost invisible line. Despite the massive width of the structures, the vertical height of the rings is typically 30 feet, meaning around every 15 years when Saturn is seen perfectly from the side, those rings are almost impossible to see. So you get the illusion that they've disappeared. Last time this astronomical event occurred, which is Saturnian equinox, was in September of 2009. The next occurs May the 6th of 2025. The rings again become visible once Saturn's tilt adjusts further, allowing astronomers on Earth to see the southern pole of the planet. Okay, they do say the rings are disappearing, though, for real. Gravity is pulling the material in Saturn's rings to the surface. And the loops, the rings, may be completely gone in the next 300 million years. I'm not too worried about that, 300 million years. All right, where'd they come up with this stuff? Well, looking at the clock there, we close out another hour, but we've got a full one more round coming your way at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Defense officials say the U.S. conducted an airstrike on a weapons storage facility in eastern Syria used by Iranian-backed militants. President Biden ordered the strike in response to the drone and rocket attacks on the U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria that have left dozens injured. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says he's fully prepared to take the necessary measures to protect U.S. personnel in the region. The GOP presidential hopefuls were pressed on stopping the flow of fentanyl through the southern border. In the third debate in Florida, NBC News, South Carolina Senator Tim Scott said beefing up security on the southern border is a priority. Number one.
We could use the currently available military technology to surveil our southern border to stop fentanyl from crossing our border.
Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie said law enforcement needs more technology on the border and we need to treat addiction like a disease. Following a series of accidents, including incidents involving pedestrians, Cruise is initiating a recall of its entire fleet of robo-taxis.
The General Motors subsidiary is recalling 950 driverless vehicles. In early October, a pedestrian was hit by a human-driven vehicle. Then a Cruise vehicle subsequently came to a halt on top of the pedestrian. The autonomous vehicle then made an attempt to move, dragging the pedestrian for 20 feet. Cruise has been conducting operations in San Francisco, Austin, Houston, and Phoenix. I'm John Schaefer.
People in a town north of Houston were rocked and asked to shelter in place after an explosion at a nearby chemical plant. The large fire sent smoke plumes hundreds of feet in the air. Emergency crews are still on the scene. One person was reportedly hurt in the blast and has been rushed to an area hospital with burns. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The Supreme Court is deciding whether people who are the subjects of protective orders should be allowed to keep their guns. The case before the court involves a Texas man who assaulted his ex-girlfriend and threatened to shoot her if she told anyone. A Florida federal judge will hold a hearing to decide whether to allow a defamation suit against Meghan Markle by her half-sister go forward. Samantha Markle claims the Duchess of Sussex defamed her by telling Oprah Winfrey she grew up as an only child. Sony will soon remove support for the social media platform X from its PlayStation video game consoles. The company said users will no longer be able to view or post content on X starting November 13th. Sony did not provide a reason for the change, but X announced earlier this year it would start to charge companies as much as $210,000 a month to access its application programming interface. Anticipated holiday spending is poised to reach unprecedented heights this year.
According to the National Retail Federation, holiday sales in November and December are projected to reach around $960 billion or more. The NRF attributes this to the fact that most Americans' household finances remain in good shape, resulting in expected growth rate of 3 to 4% over 2022. This holiday spending forecast aligns with the pre-COVID pandemic average annual increase of 3.6%. I'm John Schaefer.
Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Here we go. One more time around on a Thursday. All right. Friday Eve, weekend around the corner. Hope your week's going well. In lines available at 844-844-3388. Big Ed brought it up on Wednesday morning's program. A genuine concern that if Donald Trump actually garners the Republican nomination, which nothing as far as the polls at this point show signify anything different. I mean, leading by astronomical margins in the political world. It doesn't feel as though Trump will actually make it into the White House. There's still way too many that never Trumpers. You know, we know ain't a Democrat one going to ever vote for Donald Trump, and there's way too many, even on the Republican side. I feel your concern, Ed. Meanwhile, we had a debate last evening. We're down to 5 that were on the stage. The field has been thinning out. There's obviously... I don't know if any of the 5 that were actually on the stage, do any of them stand a flying chance? Obviously, if anything, DeSantis would come in at number 2, possibility. I think there's a lot who say if Trump were not or does not make it on the ballot, that they will vote for DeSantis, right? Should we even be holding additional debates? Prior to last evening's debate, 3/4 of Republican voters said there should be no more debates, contending that the Republicans should coalesce behind Trump and fight Biden's political indictments. This was a McLaughlin and Associates survey. The survey asked Republican primary voters a simple question: if you agree or disagree with the following statement, which reads, currently Donald Trump is leading in all the Republican primary polls nationally by very big margins, 30, 40, or even more points, and winning early states like Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina by big margins. Even more important, Trump leads Joe Biden in the national media polls like ABC, Washington Post, CBS, Harvard, Harris, and others. It's time to stop the RNC debates attacking Trump and fight Biden's political indictments and rally Republicans behind Trump so we can start the campaign of beating Joe Biden. That's a big statement, but do you agree or disagree? Overall, 76% agreed with the sentiment that the debate should end. Of those, 56% strongly agree, 19% somewhat, and only 16% disagreed with the statement. Among those, 11% strongly disagree, 5% somewhat disagree. I'm think it'd be fair, a fair wager that the 11% that strongly disagree would be the Republicans who probably or likely may not vote for Trump. They may actually just set the election out, if you know what I mean. Now, this was taken October 19th through 24th. That was weeks ahead of this past evening's Republican primary debate. All right. The reality is, there's not enough conservative networks. The questions about why would you hold a Republican debate on NBC television? And that, according to the RNC, there's not enough conservative networks. So that's an issue we're going to be facing and dealing with as we go forward. But we will have a conservative partner with every single debate. 10 past the hour. Meanwhile, let me share this. I thought this was a great piece from Rachel Emmanuel after Rashida Tlaib was censured by the House day before yesterday. She kind of broke down on the House floor this past day. Big old alligator tears. Again, Rachel Emmanuel says, I'm not completely unsympathetic to Michigan's Rashida Tlaib. She is Palestinian American. The region her family comes from is a war zone. So regardless of who's right or who's wrong, it has to be difficult to deal with. But what she fails to remember is that she chose to be American. That she's not just American, but a representative of the American people serving the American government. Yes, her district in Michigan may have a large Arab population. That does not make it the West Bank, Gaza, Beirut, or Islamabad. It is still America. As a representative of the American people, she has used her platform to spread hate and outright lies about the war between Israel and Palestine. So when the House Tuesday rightfully voted to censure her for her hateful, anti-Semitic, anti-American rhetoric, her dramatics did not move my heart. According to Politico, the vote was 234 to 188, 22 Democrats supporting it. 4 Republicans actually opposed her censure. Not only has Tlaib addressed and provoked anti-Semitic crowds on Capitol Hill, but she's lied to her supporters, blaming Israel for the bombing of the hospital, and she has refused to apologize even after the evidence proved the rocket actually belonged to the Hamas terror organization. Now, she has posted a video on X, the anti-Semitic chant, from the river to the sea. The first half of the Palestinian slogan that ends with, Palestine must be free, which is a statement that implies the end of Israel as a sovereign nation and by extension, the eradication of the Jewish people who live in it. Now, the measure to censure Tlaib, introduced by Republican Rich McCormick, accused Tlaib of, quote, promoting false narratives regarding the October 7 Hamas attack on Israel and for calling for the destruction of the state of Israel. Well, yesterday, Tlaib burst into tears as she spoke in her defense on the House floor, stating, I can't believe I have to say this, but Palestinian people are not disposable. Struggling to regain her composure, her fellow squad member, Ilhan Omar, stood up to comfort her. Of course, Omar also spoke out at the pro-Palestinian rallies. She has her own history of anti-Semitism. As a prop on the House floor, Tlaib had a picture of an older woman, apparently her grandmother, who lives on the West Bank. My grandmother, like all Palestinians, just want to live her life with freedom and a human dignity that we all reserve, she says. The cries of the Palestinian and Israeli children sound no different to me. Now, she clearly forgot how she fled a Fox reporter who wanted to know if she condemned Israeli babies being brutally murdered the day after October 7. Rather quickly, recovering from her tears, she went on to make an impassioned speech calling for a ceasefire on Israel's war against Hamas. What was rather striking about her speech was that while she called out Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's extremism and the American government's support of collective punishment, she did never once mention Hamas. No mention of the atrocities committed on October 7th. No mention of the families burned in their beds, young people slaughtered in mass, women being raped. No mention of the fact that a Hamas leader has subsequently unequivocally promised that October 7 attacks will happen again and again until Israel is annihilated. No mention of the fact that the Islamic Republic of Iran, which sponsors Hamas, is determined to destroy the United States as well. So I'm sorry if Rashida Tlaib feels the need to cry, and I'm sorry if she feels like a victim, but her tears, like her outrage, are obviously selective. Rachel Emanuel, very well said, and we'll return. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I see Thomas posted a question a few minutes ago. Got a photograph of the heavens. Obviously, there's clear skies wherever part of the country he's in. He said, "Good morning. I have a question. What's that bright thing right next to the moon this crisp morning?" That would be the planet Venus. And matter of fact, I know in some parts of the world, I don't know if it's going to be, the moon is going to actually pass in front of Venus this morning. I think I had that pulled up via Space Weather. Somewhere I saw that earlier. Yeah, the lunar occultation of Venus, as it's called. Venus will disappear behind the moon this morning of November 9th. Let's see. From Europe, the Arabian Peninsula, parts of northern Africa. Well, again, that was my question. Will we be able to witness it from here? Let's see. It will be visible everywhere on Earth that's blocked by the disk of the moon. Pretty cool. So, yeah, at some point, I don't know, it doesn't break down the times this morning, but kind of like it's a different type of eclipse, I guess you'd call it. Hello, Scarecrow. What's happening this morning?
Well, Steve, if he had one of those Skywatch type apps for his phone, he'd have been able to
Yes.
put that phone up there and he'd have known
Bingo.
right away what's going on.
You're right.
Philip stands correct in how cool those apps are. It's amazing how much detail and actually how many objects are out there that we don't have a clue that are floating around. I'm trying to remember mine. I think it was Night Sky. I think that was the name of the one I had. Now, I say I had. To do the last upgrade to my phone, I had to cut down on some of the material on it, so I dropped that app and a few others. I haven't got around to installing it again yet, but no, it's very intriguing, and how we, for the most part, we live in a two-dimensional world, so to speak. We stand on the earth, we walk on the earth, and we can look up and out, but there's a whole lot of world below us there. And
Yep.
those apps, you can take that phone and you can point that right down, and it'll tell you, it'll point out everything that you're looking at that we see above us. That same thing is all below us, and you can track all that. Anybody that's interested in star watching and gazing, yeah, that's worthwhile to and there's no investment necessary in a lot of them. It's all freebie stuff. A lot of it is. I am a bit bewildered though, Steve. All my life I've looked at the stars, and aside from the two dippers, I'll be dipped if I can figure out how anybody can see a bear, or an archer, or a lion, or you tell me where the heck one was ever able to. I think those astronomers from way back when, I think they were in a little of that devil's tobacco there or something like that provided a little inspiration. But it's funny how since the dawn of time, or since the dawn of man, that everything remains the same up there. We're just a little bitty peon in the big picture there. Oh, man. We got that accident, well, you can't call it a fatality, with those illegals that were being transported, or those, was it 7 that were killed?
Yes.
Head on?
Yes.
We haven't heard the last from this, Steve. There's going to be some ambulance chaser out there that gets a hold of the family of those 2 that were in the innocent bystanders, so to speak. They're going to talk into how many hundreds of millions, or millions, that they're going to be able to get out of the county and the sheriff's department for allowing this chase to take place. You just wait and see. It'll come out, and there will be some judge out there who allows such a ridiculous suit to take place. We've heard and seen it before. It'll happen again. Oh, man. The thought of cutting an official's income to $1.
Yeah. How about that?
I like that idea. I like that idea. From the first time I heard that, I thought we could bring that home to Wisconsin here. I thought I should get in touch with one of our local legislators and have them take and put the feet of our Department of Transportation director or secretary or whatever his title is, and ask him why the heck it's taken all these years that he's allowed a 50-mile stretch from exit 56, Camp Douglas, to exit 106 in Portage, Wisconsin. That's roughly where I-39 comes south down through the central part of the state and joins up with I-90-94. Why the hell are they allowed this portion of highway to fall apart as it has? They have this in fact, I'm talk about timing, Steve. I'm hitting the actual worst part of it right now. They've had this practice of replacing, 2 to 10 foot chunks of concrete every single summer they shut down lane after lane after lane, and for all their efforts, it doesn't improve. Each year they'll overlay with blacktop a stretch or two, but no, I know there's listeners out there that have traveled this and travel it nightly or daily, and they're wondering, what the hell is he talking about? It's a fine road. Well, in my line of thinking, the state, Steve, is counting on the manufacturers of vehicles to provide good riding vehicles to cover up the failures that they have allowed to take place. Here, there's 15 years, this particular stretch is the old truck that would actually launch me out of the seat at times. So they allowing them to accept federal aid and whatnot for maintaining these roads as such way. It's a laughing stock as far as I'm concerned.
So even with all the modern shock absorbers and air ride equipment, it still beats the crap out of you?
Well, I'll admit this rig, we've been in it for about a month and a half now, and Freightliner did improve this. It's the Cascadia. It's the shortest hood version they make. Our previous one did ride a lot worse than what this does. It's improved, I'll admit that. But that too, it's a wonder how it's taken this many years since they first started building the Cascadia. This is the first relatively decent riding one that I've run into.
Mm-hmm.
But they will argue, well, the funding just isn't there. The pot is only so deep. Well, Steve, if you were to take a drive up through say 294 and 94 into Wisconsin, up the 94 line to Milwaukee, they had no problem finding millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars for their pet projects in the southeast corner of the state down their way. No, it's you talk about favoritism, I tell you. And then let's see, on the lighter side, I'm going to be making a trip down there to retrieve Bone Jenna. Yeah, I am. But more importantly, I'm going to go down there to retrieve my pickup. Now, if you remember, Bone Jangle showed up with my pickup down there for that Halloween party. And as it turns out, I'm told there's a boot on that truck now.
Uh-oh.
So apparently someone at GMA&V Enterprises is looking to make a fast buck off of my truck sitting there, too. Now, truthfully, I want to find out what kind of debauchery actually took place down there. I get in the story secondhand from Bone Jangles now. And now, mind you, he just showed up the other day. Well, it's a long walk, from corporate headquarters down there up to western Wisconsin here. But from what he told me, Steve, it's a Sodom and Gomorrah situation down there. They the last thing he saw of Bone Jenna, she was getting into the elevator. Take a ride up to the penthouse of that corporate headquarters there. Now,
some things just can't be unseen, if you know what I mean. Bone Jenna. I got to get my news break. We'll return after this.
USA News Update. Defense officials say the U.S. conducted an airstrike on a weapons storage facility in eastern Syria used by Iranian-backed militants. President Biden ordered the strike in response to the drone and rocket attacks on the U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria that have left dozens injured. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says he's fully prepared to take the necessary measures to protect U.S. personnel in the region. Discussing his well-known mugshot taken in connection with the election interference charges in Georgia, former President Trump expressed his satisfaction with how it came out during an appearance on the Clay and Buck Show.
When I saw it, which was sent to us a few hours later, when I saw the picture, I couldn't believe it. I said, it's actually a decent picture. It's a good picture. It's maybe an iconic picture.
People in a town north of Houston are still reeling from an explosion near a chemical plant earlier today. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Thank you so much, and welcome back. Yeah, Senior Heatwave was asking yesterday morning, how's the weather looking in his neck of the woods? Everything was okay, looking good, probably till late week, and then next week, as we're getting closer, the time frame. AccuWeather headline kind of saying first major West Coast storm of the season may be coming in next week, which means rain and mountain snow across the West. And it's going to reach a whole lot further south this time than the recent storms impacting the Pacific Northwest. You'll see a big southward dip in the jet stream, bringing some heavy rain in the part of California, Nevada, Utah, in addition to the Pacific Northwest. This is going to be an opportunity for the first big storm of the season across parts of California. Still several days away, but there is growing concern among AccuWeather forecasters that copious amount of rain, gusty winds, and heavy mountain snow is on the offing for next week. Heavy winds, heavy rain along the central and northern coasts of California. Periods of rain and some wind for Southern California. Heavy snow measured in feet in portions of the Sierras. So the ample rainfall that this storm may bring to the region would have a positive impact on wildfire risk for the upcoming month or so. This particular pattern setup should nearly put a lid on the fire season in central and northern areas of California for the rest of the year here. So although it was a very, very devastating wildfire season for our friends north of the border, I don't recall covering a whole lot of activity here in the lower 48. Of course, we've had our fair share of wildfires, but none of these massive blazes. And, tens of thousands of people being evacuated like we saw there in Canada much of the year. Good morning, Hippopotamus.
Thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. So hopefully that, as you say, helps with the wild. Now, is there much burn scar area out there? Do we have to worry about mudslides and that type of heavy rain?
I'm sure.
Roads are going to be closed.
Anywhere they did have wildfires, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, and we didn't hear much talk this summer about their drought out there and the lack of water in reservoirs and that. So did the snowpack, that astronomical amount of snowpack we had up there in through the winter last year, did that keep the reservoirs at a decent level, or are they low and starting to need this rainfall and all that? And of course, we know the water from one side of the mountains just goes right back out in the ocean, and they don't save it at all. They haven't figured out a way to do that. But I just wondering how their water supply is out there compared to previous. I'm sure it's better than it is on some previous years, but where they're at and where they think they need to be for getting into winter, and hopefully we have another snowy winter for them this year to add more to, all the big reservoirs, all the way down to Lake Mead and that. But anyways, I got the answer to the ring problem there with Saturn.
Yes.
Climate change, Your Honor.
Yeah, in 300 million years, those rings are going to be gone. What are we going to do? What are we going to do?
I don't know. I'm sure there'll be some place like Rhode Island or somewhere like that that's going to be underwater there on Saturn because of that. I'm sure. You just ask Al Gore; he'll tell you. But anyways, there. So here with Cincinnati, they sold the property that the railroad tracks were on. They owned the property and they were leasing it to Norfolk and Southern, correct? So
that was my understanding.
They were getting an income every year?
To the tune of like $25 million a year, which that's a pretty good chunk of change for a city budget.
Kind of what I was thinking now. I know they're going to get a big windfall amount from the purchase, but do you remember what happened there when the Indiana and
when they sold
who the governor was there, he sold the turnpike
to the consortium, got a big boatload of money, and somehow they magically,
where is it now?
It disappeared in no time.
Yeah. So I'm just asking, all this money Cincinnati's going to get for this property, they're no longer going to own. It's kind of like the lottery, Your Honor. Everybody asks, would you take the payout, the yearly payout, or would you take the lump sum? And I tell you, most of them I would set up. I would take the yearly payout over the lump sum because I like that income to come in every year. I don't want to take a chance of
spending $500 billion in a year, and then have nothing left after it. But anyways, so I was a little disappointed with Philip's call. I was hoping when Philip came on, he would have the answer that, was the question that we'd heard about, the story we'd heard about. But maybe that doesn't happen in his magic kingdom. Maybe that's out there on the West Coast, because those people in San Francisco go down there to stand in line for 6 hours to wait to get on a ride, and they have to find a place there to. How can we put this? Can we say pinch a loaf or drop a deuce? Can we say that?
Well, you said it, yeah.
All right. Well, anyways, I'm sure there's lots of other things there, ways that you could go on after that. But I just wondering if Philip's, Magic Kingdom down there in Florida, if they have that problem. If Minnie Mouse has to watch where she's walking.
I meant to ask him about that. I totally forgot about that. Because that was a comical story.
Yeah, all right. And I was kind of watching Venus there, and if the shiny part of the moon is going to try to cover up Venus, it's going to have a tough job, because there's so much shiny part of the moon tonight.
No,
there is a big dark circle there, kind of next to it. So, kind of been watch Venus disappear there a little bit. But that star finding thing, and I've had one of the apps, and I know if you want to do the constellations, because Scarecrow was saying he has troubles picking out the constellations there. Normally, you have to pay the little bit extra for the better app to be able to have them, tell you what the constellations are when you locate them to point them out for you, because they don't like to give you that much information.
Right.
But I have a question for you. If you have that on your phone, Your Honor, and we're out there on the cruise ship and you're looking around, would you be able to find Uranus with that app?
You betcha I could.
All right, then. Hey, with all that nonsense, you know what you got to do here. You got another 18 minutes left to try to do it.
That may be a task. You mean find an intelligent caller? Good luck with that. It is 844-844-3388. But to answer your first question there, Horse Feathers, just here a few days ago, the update from California, the LA Times did highlight the extraordinary wet year that brought the state vast quantities of water, soaked into the ground, has given a substantial boost to the groundwater supplies, but they still say not nearly enough to reverse long-term losses from overpumping in many areas. Officials from the Department of Water Resources examined water level measurements in thousands of wells statewide. And they found from spring of 22 to spring of 23, water levels rose significantly, and 34% of those wells actually declined in just under 10%, and others saw little change. The rise in aquifer levels in many areas represents an improvement from the rapid, widespread declines that we'd seen in the last 3 years of extreme drought. But the state officials caution, the groundwater remains still depleted by decades of overuse. Groundwater levels this year have begun to recover, but just partially. Above average precipitation across the state alone can't undo the damage from years of drought. Groundwater levels, while recovering, are still lower than the period after the 2012 to 2016 drought. The authors of the report said it will still require several more wet years, plus a more focused effort to increase recharge and reduce pumping to recover from the most recent drought. And timing-wise, when this is getting into the time of year, you start seeing those big storms. Next week may prove to be the beginning of hopefully another wet season for California. Everything goes in these cycles. 3-4 years of drought, 3-4 years of, hey, we don't have any water problems anymore. Now, the report includes data from through August of this year. Water manager said it'll take more time to see the full effects of water that percolates through the soil and the sediment to the aquifers. Water moves very slowly within the groundwater basins. And that infiltration of surface water into the groundwater system, it does take quite a bit of time. But the data shows more recovery has occurred in the shallow layer aquifers in areas where much of the pumping draws on the deeper aquifers, which are often tapped by agriculture wells. They've seen a bit less of a rise there. So overall, I mean, it's a good start. In the farming areas of the Central Valley, water levels have been helped in some areas by a combination of natural recharge and state-supported recharge efforts. With more water available from canals, growers, and agricultural districts have also been able to reduce the amount of groundwater pumping they've had to do. And that's lessening the pressure in some areas. So it's, as I say, cycles 15 before the hour. The whole Anheuser-Busch. Haven't talked much about Bud Light recently, have we? Anybody notice how still seems like the amount of Bud Light on the shelves hasn't really changed? If we can hearken back 3, 4, 5 months ago, one thing that I remember highlighting on the program where they were saying that fall is approaching, the time of year, all the retailers allocate how much shelf space each various product gets. Products that don't sell are oftentimes actually removed from the store shelves. Sell what's left on the shelves and don't ever restock it. And when it comes to the likes of the beer shelf, you notice your Corona, you might have a couple of rows, and then you'll have your Miller Lite bigger display. Bud Light's always had the biggest displays. They were talking as fall rolled around and they started allocating the shelf space, that the fear was much of the Bud Light space would no longer be available from the retailers. That would have been the case and probably should have been the case based on actual sales. But lo and behold, Anheuser-Busch stepped in and pumped in millions of dollars, pretty much paying these retailers to keep Bud Light on the shelves. Incentive payments to the tune of $150 million to keep Bud Light on the shelves. According to the Beer Marketers Insights, Anheuser-Busch offering as much as $150 million in relief this year alone, to beer and liquor distributors, providing the distributors with millions in what they call market share recovery incentives. New York Post reported there's not a lot of details about the market share incentives, but the timing was significant as most of the retailers revamped their shelf space. And they look at the last 12 months of sales, and that determines, hey, who gets this much space and who deserves more and who will lose space. The relief plan actually started all the way back in June, and Anheuser-Busch will reportedly continue right on through the spring of next year. Now, word was, back in September, Bud Light was set to lose refrigerator space at a vast network of stores belonging to a number of key beer Walmart, 7-Eleven, since the retailers typically reapportion shelf space based on sales performance, obviously. You take space away from struggling brands, you give it to the brands that are selling out every week. Now, former Anheuser-Busch InBev executive told ABC News that shelf space is the single largest detriment or determinant of sales in a store. During a busy shopping period, a Friday or Saturday night, if you don't have the beer available cold on the shelf, people are going to pick something else up. So they're buying, trying to hang on, hoping that this People call it a boycott of Bud Light. Call it, I think, just many people just no longer drink Bud Light. It started with the boycott, but the trends have continued. They ain't coming back. So still hoping against hope that as time passes, somewhere down the line, all these people that refused to purchase Bud Light will forget about it. Let's just move on, right? We'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, didn't get a chance to hear from Pappy this morning, but he did forward a couple of stories to me this past day. Much like the innocent bystanders, the innocent Americans from Georgia lost their lives in a high-speed pursuit of human smugglers in Texas this week. We've got two sheriff deputies from southeastern North Carolina. They were trying to serve a warrant, seriously wounded during an exchange of gunfire on Tuesday this week. Robeson County Sheriff Bernice Wilkins held a news conference. The two deputies and the person they were trying to serve the warrant on were all shot about 9:30 in a community outside of Maxon, about 120 miles southeast of Raleigh, real close to the South Carolina border. The suspect and one of the deputies were in critical condition, while the other deputy was in serious condition. Long story short, what's sad about this, The guy they were trying to serve a warrant on should have never been on the streets or out there. He should have been behind bars. And this is the trend we're seeing more and more around the country, where you've got the prosecutors, the leftist prosecutors not wanting to charge, the judges not wanting to give serious time. Well, just let them loose, let them out. They never learned their lesson. The suspect actually had fled the area by getting into one of the wounded deputy's cruisers. He backed up, running over one of the deputies, breaking his leg, ultimately to be captured by other deputies. They identified the shooting suspect of 20-year-old Sean Tobin Locklear Jr., who back in December was accused of murder. Now, he's accused of murder, but he was released on bond in May. The sheriff said, Locklear had been sought by deputies for violating the conditions of his pretrial release because the monitoring bracelet around his ankle had been removed. It was cut off. That's the reason we had warrants to come find him. Now, a couple of weeks ago, deputies spotted him. They tried to catch him. He got away. In that case, Tuesday, the suspect apparently saw from his house deputies approaching. He took off, ran through a wooded area where he was met head-on by two other deputies. From behind a tree, he opened fire. Ultimately jumped into one of the deputies' cars, ran over Officer Walters, breaking his leg, while the other deputy firing into the patrol car as the suspect backed into another cruiser and fled. So he's facing a whole lot more charges tonight, but the one thing that really PO'd the sheriff was the fact that this guy should not have been out on the streets as he was. He said he is 100% disgusted by certain parts of the judicial system in these days that allow for subject or suspects to get pretrial release. And as this guy did, accused of murder, he got out months ago. Now, here we are, actually praying that we don't have a dead deputy. And that's the trend that we see in America today. Very sad. But all right, with that, we're out of time, right? We'll close it out. What do we got? Here we are, Friday Eve. When we come back at the midnight hour tonight, Eastern Time, hope you can join us for our Friday edition. Maybe we'll call it a casual Friday here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but